Am I on? Am I on? Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. Say good morning, so I know we're all awake. So the last couple of days, somebody handed me a microphone and told me where I had to go and who I had to introduce. So this is my last introduction, and maybe the one I'm looking forward to the most. I got up this morning with such a sense of relief. It's over. One more morning. So a while ago, Surush and Layli and Chad came to me and said, maybe we can get together, work on research. Research is sorely missed. And we work on that. And then there was this great article in Atlantic Magazine, sort of maybe bashing frenectomies, but I think it's a call to action because there's no procedure that doesn't have bad outcomes. People die from bypass surgery, and it's accepted. But there's research to prove that. And we will eventually have research to do that because of the great work, initiative, and passion and energy that Surush has. People stayed one more day, filled all these tables to hear him. So without further ado, I'm going to let Surush take over. We're going to have a morning of information. Then we're going to have some fun. Okay? Yeah. Surush.
Thank you so much. Leave the microphone, Howard. Howard, can you leave the microphone? Can you leave the microphone up here? Testing. All right, perfect. I'll take this just in case. Perfect. All right. All right. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. So excited to have you guys here today. And can you guys put my slides up on for everyone to see? There you go. All right. Welcome to the Breathe Outlook. This is our second year doing it as part of the AAPMD, and we hope this is going to be an ongoing movement. And the purpose of this is really to transform our clinical practices. But first, in order to do that, we have to transform the way that we approach science and clinical research. So who here is interested in research? Who here is interested? Who here thinks that we need more research? Okay, amazing, amazing. So this lecture is for you guys, and we're here to kind of work together to explore some of these things, and I hope that this will be the most fun, engaging, interesting lecture you've ever heard on p-values and statistics and numbers and things like that, all right? For those of you who don't know me, my name is Dr. Surush Zaghi. I'm a graduate of Harvard Medical School, UCLA ENT residency, and Stanford Sleep Surgery Fellowship. Since then, I've become medical director of the Breathe Institute. Can we keep the lights on a little bit, actually? I want to keep it interactive and engaging, so I just want to see the audience lights. Is that okay? That's great. Is that okay for you guys? Can you still see the screen? Let's leave it like that. Fantastic. So I am now medical director of the Breathe Institute, where some of my time is in patient care, but increasingly, I'm being allowed to spend more time on research and education. And really, the hallmark of our approach is a multidisciplinary approach. So taking people and individuals and providers and researchers from different perspectives together. So let me have a show of hands here. Who here are dental professionals? Dental professionals? Almost everybody. Amazing. Okay. How about dental hygienists? Speech therapists? Physical therapists, body workers. Where's Cynthia? Fantastic, amazing. Medical doctors, community members. Yeah, amazing. Yeah, very, very good. Lactation, woo. Anyone else that I missed? Any other background? So that's what I love about these conferences is our ability to come together and look at things from different perspectives. Because as I start my lectures, what we learn in schooling, right, is only going to be true for a limited part of time because the truth is always evolving. And today we're going to learn about how that truth evolves and how we can continue learning, and the process by which we do that is research, all right? And research can be a scary word, but we're going to make it fun today, all right? You guys in? All right. There's a lot of people behind the scenes who helps me at the Breathe Institute. This is my entire team just in Westwood at the Breathe Institute who contributes to our research. but really the reach we've been able to have and the success in our research is really attributable to the community. I remember the last time, I think it was in Chicago. Who here was at the Chicago AMS meeting? Cynthia, you were at the Chicago AMS meeting, right? So we launched a study there, and we got together, and we were able to really develop some pivotal data that I'll share with you in terms of lip taping and lingual palatal suction, in terms of developing these ideas. And since then, at the Breathe Institute, we've been able to expand our impact through our affiliate centers. So now we have over 20 affiliate centers throughout the country. These are individuals who come and spend time with me in the clinic. I go and I watch them doing these procedures, and we meet quarterly to make sure that they're on the same exact protocol. So it's no longer just what I do in my clinic, it's what's happening out there in the real world community for external reliability. And we also have our multi-center research sites. We have to fix that typo. And these are the individuals. Raise your hand if you're on this list or you volunteered in any way. Okay, amazing. There are a lot of other people online who are joining us for this live streaming session who have agreed to serve as data collecting sites so we can kind of really advance the research forward, all right? So here's our schedule for today. The first part of the morning, I'm going to do some review, some didactics, some interactive experiments that we'll do here on the stage to highlight some key points. If you want access to my lecture slides, they're available. Just put it on the QR code, or there's a little bit that you can take a picture and download them later, all right? I'll give you guys a second. All right. You guys good on that? I still see the phones up. Is the QR code working for you? All right. So the way that I like to lecture is based on, developing an idea and growing it slowly. And so that's what we'll be doing the lecture here today. But really, this process applies to any idea, any innovation, and any technology, all right? Is there anyone out here who maybe has an idea of how we can improve things, an innovation? Anyone out there? Maybe some people here and there, okay? And so you have to recognize that these new ideas start just as little eggs, and they don't really go anywhere until we can give them the nourishment they need, the attention to turn them into tadpoles, and then you start moving, and then you kind of develop it through. And the same thing goes for clinical skills, technical skills, and even research skills. And so, in the prior sessions, maybe we took you from eggs to tadpoles, and we talked about what is research, and now we're going to go to tadpole with legs, really start to get you guys a little bit moving. Who heard our Breathe Out Look session from a couple years ago? Okay, some people in the group, so I'll do a brief review of it here. And who heard my lecture on AAPMD, was it a month ago? Okay, so hope you guys enjoyed that, and I'll touch a little bit on that. This lecture is meant to go much above and beyond, but we'll just start with a little review to make sure we're all on the same page, all right? So when we're talking about research, it's not just about coming up with an idea and publishing it. It's about really going through the methodology. So there's some key terms that we need to kind of be familiar with and really not just know these things, but really understand these things. These different kinds of study designs on this page: case report, case series, case control, cohort, randomized control, as well as study design in terms of retrospective, cross-sectional, prospective, as well as whether the study is descriptive or analytical. Now, instead of just kind of putting the slide up, this is a live lecture, so I'd like to keep it interactive. Is that okay? Is that okay with you guys? So are you guys up to volunteer in a little experiment? You guys up? All right, fantastic. Who here took a flight to the conference here? All right, so the inclusion criteria for our study is going to be having taken a flight. Now, who here had a really good experience on the flight? They were very productive. You had a good experience, did you? You took a nap, all right. But how about someone who was, we got the nap one, very productive. Who was very productive? Or who, let's see, productive. We have nap. Should we go with nap? That's productive. Okay, we'll take it. All right. So we're going to have you get up, and you're going to be our case report. Come on up. You're going to be our case report. All right? Give her a round of applause. All right. And was there anything particular about the seat or the environment that was most conducive to your nap? All right. So let me ask you this. And now I'm going to, so she didn't really have anything to say. So I, as a researcher, I'm going to come in. All right? And I'm going to come in with my hypothesis. And I have a hypothesis that maybe where you sit in the aisle like you sit near the window or near the aisle, right, will affect the quality of your nap. So we're going to do an experiment, right? So the dependent variable is where you sit, and the independent variable is the outcome. So tell me, where did you sit on the flight? On the side, in the middle?
Cheapest, the middle.
In the middle. In the middle. All right, fantastic. So the hypothesis is that the middle seat is the best, all right? And she had a nap, right? So that's one case. Now, are all of you guys going to go, based on this one case, and get a middle seat?
No.
Because she, all right?
No.
All right. Who else sat in the middle seat on the way here? Okay, come on up. Middle seaters, come on up. Come on up. Anyone else in the middle seat? All right? All right. So now what do we have? It's not just a case report. What is it? This is a case. Oh, can you put up the slides, please? This is a case series, right? Okay, so now we have a series of cases, right? That we picked out from this audience. All right, and what was your experience like?
Pretty good. I also took a nap.
Also took a nap.
It's conducive.
That's two. And how about you? How was your situation?
Bad.
Bad. All right. Tell us why.
Well, I had to scrunch my shoulders up.
Okay. All right. She has sit between two people. So 2 out of 3, right? So you could say that, hey, 66% of people, hey, so maybe that's good. Maybe it's not. But is that enough to make a decision? No. Why not? You don't know if this is random, right? Or if it's really statistically significant. Are you guys with me? Am I getting a little bit interesting on p-values? Getting a little exciting? What's that? This is helping a lot. Fantastic, fantastic. All right, so do you guys agree we need more research? We need more research to figure out, hey, what's up? All right, so the next level is case control. Now, case control divides people based on outcome and then sees what happened, versus cohort, which is where you sat and then the outcome. So the case controls the y variable first, the outcome first, and then you determine the x variable, whereas the cohort is the x variable first, okay? So you guys stay up here as my middle seaters, but just kind of take a little step back. All right, thanks so much, all right? So we have our case series here. Let's do a case control study. Let me get 3 people who had a really good experience on the flight. Who had it? Come on up. 3, yep, come on up. We have more than 3? You have 1? Come on, we'll get 4. All right, who had a really good experience on the flight, all right? So that's the outcome. And who had a really bad experience on the outcome? So come on up, all right. So we'll have our good experience on this side, all right? And we'll have our bad experience. Anyone else? Maybe not bad experience, but not the best. Anyone who had maybe it could have been better? Come on up, I need a bigger sample size. You guys are here to help me with research, right? Anyone else want to come up? Come on up, anyone else? Who had an okay time? It wasn't like 10 out of 10. Limited? All right, so this is our case control, right? Okay? So the cases are those either who had a good experience or bad experience, and you're controlling them, right? So for this study, let's see what it takes. Let's let the cases be the bad experience, okay? And the controls be the good experience. Are you guys with me? All right, so let's start with the control group, because you have to be able to compare. So control group, where did you sit on the airplane?
I had a whole row.
You had a whole
with
row.
extra
All right.
leg room that they gave me. It wasn't like assigned
Amazing. How about?
window seat and the whole row to myself.
Okay, whole row. What a trend, right? What another case series. Go ahead. Whole row. Wow. Go ahead.
I sat on window seat.
Window seat. So whole row. No, just okay. So I'm saying whole row and window seat are pretty good up there, right? This is a case. These are our controls, right? All right. Let's see what the case is. All right. What was your experience like on the flight? Where did you sit?
I sat in the aisle seat.
Aisle. Boo.
I was on the aisle.
Aisle. Boo. Right.
I had 2 flights.
2 flights. Okay.
First one was in the emergency seat in the window. The second one was the window seat, whole aisle to myself.
Oh, interesting. All right, so that throw a wrench in there, right? This case control trial. So let's see. And then? Aisle seat, okay? So we're learning that, hey, there's some variables here, and maybe if we're gonna do a study, it's important to know, hey, do you have the whole aisle to yourself or not, right? Because if we're gonna compare the window versus the middle versus the aisle, right, that would be an important control factor, whether you have the whole seat to yourself, and whether or not you're next to an exit seat, for example. So what we've done here is we've done a pilot study, in this case control, that gave us some things to consider so we can do a bigger study. Now, can we make any meaningful long-term conclusions based on this? Are you guys about to change your travel preferences for the rest of your life based on these 8 examples? No. So we need more research, right? Okay, so round of applause for this audience. Give you a round of applause, okay? And you guys can come back. You guys can come back. But what we're gonna do now, is this fun? All right, we're gonna do a cohort study, and you guys are welcome to come back, okay? Because we have a limited population here. All right, so how would you do a cohort study? A cohort study would take people retrospectively, right? Based on whether they sat in the window or the aisle, and ask them their experiences, okay? So for this segment, we're gonna have the inclusion criteria are taking a flight, right? Exclusion criteria are if you had the whole row to yourself or you sat near an exit. That means you can't participate in this. Those are exclusion factors. Are you guys with me? Why? Because we saw that kind of threw things up, right? If you have the whole row to yourself, I can't compare the aisle to the window. I just want to know, is it better to sit in the aisle or the window? All right? But if you have the whole row to yourself, we saw that kind of threw a wrench in things, right? So we're not going to include that. That's an exclusion criteria for this study. Helpful exercise? You guys with me? Should we continue it? Okay. All right. So let's have like 4 or 5 people who sat in a window seat come up, and 4 or 5 people who sat in an aisle seat. Will you guys volunteer? Oh, you guys got to participate in research, right? Come participate. We need the sample size if we're going to answer this question. So come on up. Come on up. All right. Fantastic. Very good. Excellent. So which one are you? Is this window? Aisle. We'll have aisle here, and we'll have window here. So the aisles and the window. Window? All right. Awesome. All right. So let's start with window? Yes. Okay. So tell us your experience on the flight. Window. And who's going to keep track? Is it 5 and 5? What do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll give you 6. No worries. Okay. So let's do some statistics, okay? So good experience or bad experience? Good experience. That's 1, all right? Good experience or bad experience? Good experience. This is window, right? Good experience or bad experience? Good experience. Good experience? Good. Good? Good. So window seat, 100% satisfaction, right? All right. Now let's see the aisle. What was your experience? Good? Okay. All right. Awesome. Really good? Good. So we see here that we have about 100%, right? Versus about 80% satisfaction. All right. Now, thank you guys so much for participating. Round of applause to you guys. Okay. Amazing. Amazing. And keep the participation coming. Okay. We'll get everyone on stage at some point. All right. 80 versus 100, right? Is that statistically significant? Right? How are you going to find out if that information that we have is reliable or due to chance? You have to, it's too small of a study, right? But how do you know it's too small a study? Are you just guessing, or do you know that based on some statistical methods? So you can actually run some numbers and figure out, hey, is that actually representative, or is that due to chance? Are you guys with me here? And that's the role of p-values and statistical significance, all right? Now, the quality of the information that we get can be manipulated based on how we measure this, right? So if you're doing a retrospective study, this was just yesterday, so they still remember. What if I did a study on what you did last year? Are you guys going to remember? Okay. What if I asked you, how was that restaurant you ate at last month? Or that trip you went to? Chances are you'll either remember something very good or something very bad. And that's what causes polarization. And increasingly in social media and in politics, what we're seeing is polarization. People either really love something or they really hate something because of, misconceptions about how to make judgments about things. Do you guys understand that about the problem with retrospective? You don't really remember that well, you're kind of guessing. Cross-sectional is the best. Cross-sectional is right here and right now. And the advantage of cross-sectional is that I can pull you guys up, I can ask you, and the study gets done. Now, you saw how few participants we got, right? We got like 10 or 15 participants here. Imagine I wanted to do a prospective study, and I said, from now on, everyone in this group, every time you take a flight, fill out this sheet and tell me your experience, right? Now that would be a prospective study, but it's going to be hard to really get all those samples. Does that make sense? Are you guys with me here? And then the other thing is whether we're assessing our outcomes just on how you feel or based on objective criteria. For example, if we're doing productivity, I could ask you, were you productive? Or I could actually measure that. And so we have to kind of keep these things in consideration. And the more objective, the more organized, the more planning you do, the better the quality of that evidence as compared to just, picking up a case report and just asking one person what they think. And that's why there are levels of evidence in clinical research. And these levels of evidence can be a little bit challenging when they're applied to research. So what I'm going to do in this lecture is I'm going to use the judicial justice system and talk about burdens of proof and the burdens of proof that you need to arrest somebody, to take them to court, okay, to prosecute them, and to convict them of a guilty conviction for murder, all right? And we'll see how the burden of evidence that you need changes depending on the magnitude of the crime. Are you guys with me? That's why it's so important to kind of know these terms, and I encourage you guys, when a study comes out, don't just jump to the conclusion. Because if you jump to the conclusion, you're going to say that, oh, the middle seat is the best, right? The first people that came up here said the middle seat was the best. And so say, hey, there was a case report, retrospective case report of an individual who sat in the middle seat and had a good experience. And then you can kind of weigh the evidence and talk about it from a much higher level. This was the scientific method, all right? So I asked a question. I performed a little bit of background research. I did a pilot study. I made up a hypothesis about aisle versus window. We tested that hypothesis. We analyzed the results, seeing that the window was a little bit better than the aisle, but we were really not strong enough to draw conclusions. So we report those results and we go back, right? Do you guys appreciate the scientific method here? Now, the scientific method is only valid as long as the researchers behind it have honesty, right? Ethics, and integrity. If I bias myself as a researcher, if I'm here manipulating the data, if I'm here reporting some of the data that's in favor of one perspective but not the others, if this data is funded by the airline industry and they're trying to sell more middle seats, for example, right? Okay, you can see how quickly this research can be misconstrued and how there could be mistrust. Do you guys see that? That's why I gave that lecture a month ago to urge all of us, if you want to do research, right? The first thing is to know about study design, the limitations, the bias. The second thing is to really understand the grave importance of having a high degree of ethics, honesty, and integrity. Just the other day, all right, we saw that there was an agency panel that was supposed to review the Pfizer booster shot, right? They did science, they did research, and what was their conclusion? Their conclusion was that there's not enough data for the booster shot, and that in fact, the risk of myocarditis may outweigh the potential benefits of getting a booster shot. That was the science. So what happened? The CDC overruled that evidence, and they went ahead with their policy anyways. Okay, this is real stuff. This is real stuff. So what happens here is that the public loses confidence, because when the science is on their side, they're all science, 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 science. And when the science is not on their side, they turn a blind eye. And like, we're going to do this anyways. And this is a hallmark of bias and confirmation bias. This CDC agent chief, she means well, right? She genuinely wants the best. But she thinks the vaccines are good no matter what. No matter what. And in that context, she is only looking at the portion of the data that confirms her beliefs. You see that? And that is a huge, huge problem. And if you want to do research, what you're doing is you're not researching to prove to other people. You're researching to prove it to yourself. And that's the way that I do research. I'm trying to prove it to myself that I have 99% confidence in what I'm going to say before I say it. And that's how you build ethics, honesty, and integrity, and that's how you produce research that's going to last the test of time. You guys with me? So let's take a look at some research that happened in the past on the scientific evidence on the effects of smoking, all right? Now, believe it or not, smoking was promoted to help ease labor, all right? The data shows that if you smoke, you have an easier labor. The kids are born gentle. And it's true. But you have to take a step back and ask why. Now, the smoking is introducing, right, intrauterine growth restrictions. So these babies are lighter weight, and they don't have adequate development, right? But if you only look at one outcome, you're going to sit there and promote smoking to mothers, and you haven't really carried it through. And again, this is an example of confirmation bias, which is the tendency that we all have to search for information, interpret, and recall information in a way that confirms or supports our prior beliefs. You guys see the problem there? So we're going to do airway research, right? Tongue tie, expansion, myofunctional therapy. But if we're pushing an agenda, if we're doing our study to prove proofs that something works, rather than ask a question, you can get into trouble. And then years later, you're going to be embarrassed that, hey, I did a study that said smoking was good for labor. Like, what was I thinking, right? And you can look at these studies that show that 7-Up and sugar is the answer to your cranky child. So Betty is cranky. She doesn't have energy. What do? Sugar sweetens dispositions, right? So it ain't what you don't know that gets you into trouble. It's what you know for sure. It's those convictions, those polarized convictions that just ain't so. And that is why we need to overcome our bias in research. We have to be aware of our confirmation bias. We have to recognize the role of measurement bias, how we're measuring our data, and I'll be talking about that in regards to CBCTs. Okay, so the first portion of today, I'm going to talk to you about theory, and then I'll show you our research, and we'll apply this theory. So I'm going to show you that a CBCT, if you took it in the same moment, twice in a row, it'll be off by 15%. And the same thing is true for sleep studies, okay? And you have to kind of consider that. And you have to consider that minor variations in head posture, as we'll show, can dramatically affect the results. So if you're using these tools, you first have to validate how you're measuring, and we'll have another experiment in just a second on measurement bias, okay? Performance bias is how you conduct the procedure of the study. The way that you guys perform myofunctional therapy, tongue tie release, or expansion orthodontics is very different from someone who's not in this group, right? They're going to approach orthodontics in a very different way than the ones that are here. And the last one's publication bias, and publication bias is you only publish the results and you only act on them, like that CDC chief, if it agrees with what you think. And if not, you bury it and you say there's no evidence there. And so we have to really be aware of this bias so that we avoid developing mistrust, okay? Because mistrust in research leads to medical care mistrust, and now we have, patients who genuinely don't trust the healthcare system. They don't know if you're there to get them or not to get them. And a lot of these things are based on history. We talked about the Tuskegee syphilis experiment. Who here is familiar with that? Who here's never heard of it? Who here has never heard of Tuskegee? Okay, so Tuskegee was an experiment in which they took African Americans and they said, we're going to give you free health care, all right? African Americans with syphilis. We're going to take care of every health care that you need. And they didn't tell them, but we're not going to treat your syphilis. They didn't tell them that. And they just watched over 10, 20, 30, 40 years as they degenerated and they got ill and they had complications due to syphilis that is treatable with penicillin. Okay? This is something that happened like 50 years ago. And so generation to generation, they say, hey, don't trust the doctors. Don't trust these researchers, right? And when you're going to do research, you have to understand that you play a big role, and you can have an enormous impact. So the researchers who did that study really affected generations and generations of access to care. As a consequence of Tuskegee and other violations, ethical violations, They came up with laws in the Belmont report, which kind of laid out some general guidelines that if anyone's going to do research on any topic, that you should kind of consider these 3 points. And the first point is respect for persons. Respect for persons means that you inform them, hey, we're going to enroll you in a study, and we're not going to treat you for syphilis, okay? For example. You have to inform them what you're doing. You can't throw something in there and surprise them. They have to know the risks and the benefits, and we have to take special care to those with diminished levels of autonomy, like children. We have to do the research out of goodness, all right, out of a desire to help. You can't do research where you watch someone not get treatment and get worse, right? That's not ethical. You guys all agree. And the last is justice, such that the group that is contributing to the research should be the group that is most likely to benefit from that research. Another way of considering these basic ethic principles is by Don Miguel Ruiz's kind of principles. Be impeccable with your word. Mean what you say. Don't take anything personally. Don't make assumptions, and always do your best. And I would argue that if we could include some of these ethical principles into the way that we see our patients, into the way that we do research, in the way that we interact with each other on Facebook, online, on social media, right? That we would be all much, much more far ahead, and we wouldn't be in situations of intense, emotional, political debate that kind of overcomes people and divides us rather than brings us together. If you guys are interested in seeing my entire lecture on ethical principles, we have it available on YouTube, okay? I highly encourage anyone who's going to take a look at this. This material is based out of, HIPAA materials, IRB. Has anyone ever done the HIPAA IRB training? Okay, right? The stuff I said on the lecture comes straight from there. And it's an actual requirement to know these things. You got to know about the Tuskegee experiment. You got to know about the thalidomide experiment, where a pharmaceutical company gave a nausea medicine and kept pushing it, and it caused birth defects, and they hid it. You have to know about these things. You have to know what a great weight you carry as a researcher before you get there. So the point of that lecture, which I would encourage you guys to view, was to learn, grow, and deeply understand by allowing space for conversation, differentiating between facts, opinions, and fallacies, respecting your own beliefs, honoring different views, and most importantly, thinking critically and with compassion, all right? So today, we're gonna take that to the next level, and we're gonna talk about how to use effective communication based on principles of science, right? Not just your opinion, like what you think, but actual science and numbers. So the title of my lecture today is 68 Shades of Gray in Clinical Research. Who likes the title? Did I get your attention? 68 Shades of Gray. I'm trying to get you guys to remember that 68 number, right? 68 Shades of Gray in Clinical Research. And now let's just take a second and talk about that word research, right? What is research? Research is looking again. Researching, right? You search and then you research. What are you searching for? You're searching for the truth. That's what research does. Research is always looking for the truth of the answer. Hey, window seat or aisle seat or middle seat, right? That's what research is. And in order to be successful in researching for the truth, right, we have to go through a process of systematic investigation. Systematic investigation in science is done through the scientific method, but there's systematic investigation in all areas of government and law, right? It's doing an investigation. So before you charge someone with a criminal act, you have to do investigation in a systematic way. Otherwise, you're just basing your conclusions on opinions, witch hunt trials, and things like that. Clinical research is taking what you think, what you're observing. Hey, is it better the middle aisle? Putting it through that process in order to establish facts and reach new conclusions. One of the biggest problems in research is the fact that it requires two different mindsets, all right? It requires a right brain mindset at first to develop these ideas, right? Do you guys know about right brain, left brain? Anyone not familiar? So right brain, left brain is this idea that there's one side of your brain that's very artistic, that's very emotions-based, very random and subjective and spiritual, okay? And that's attributed to the right side of the brain. And then they say there's left brain functions that are very mathematical, very analytical, very logical, right? And so one of the biggest problems that I see is that the people who have great ideas, right? The ones that are generating the great ideas, they tend to be right brain individuals. The people who are analyzing the data are left brain. And sometimes the individual themselves has a difficult time of connecting that gap, right? Coming up with a research project, something innovative, right brain. Doing the math, more left brain, right? And so we use science, right, as a method of organizing our curiosity. So let me just take a poll. Are you guys ready for another participation round? Are you guys good? Okay. Let's take a poll. Who here thinks that they're right-brained? Who thinks that they're really, really, really right-brained? Okay. Can I have one person come up from right brain? Really, really extremely right brain. Lauren, come on up, Lauren. Who here, you're right brain as well? Come on up, both of you guys. It's good. We'll get two. More sample size is better, all right? Who here is extremely left-brained? Left brain? Come on up. Left brain? One more left brain? One more left brain. You got to even it out. Who here is very analytical, numbers? You want to see the proof. You want to see the evidence, right? That's what we get from a lot of our ENTs and orthodontics, right? You're like, look at all this research, look at this testimonial, right? And your right brain is talking to their left brain. And you're not communicating well, all right? So in order to do the study, right, we can either take their words for it. Is that subjective or objective? Subjective, right? You don't know. Like, she thinks she's right brain, but is she really? Right? They think they're left brain, but are they really? Or you could use a tool, right? You could use an online tool to figure out if you're right brain or left brain. And this is an objective tool that I'll have all of you guys do in the audience as well, okay? And so it takes about 30 seconds, and I was going to do one, but we'll do all four, okay? And you guys are going to come up, and in real time, we're going to find out if this is a valid measure, all right? Now, in order to validate, it takes more than just a sample size of 4, right, to get statistical significance, but this will give us a little taste of it. All right, so Lauren, come up. Okay, you're going to do right now, okay? So, and then you guys don't spoil it, okay? You guys can look at the audience, but don't look at the, don't look at the, no, you can look, you can't really see it, but try not to, you can if you want to. Okay, no, so you have to figure this out, right?
Okay, all right.
Good. All right, so you guys can kind of follow along. In which direction is the dancer turning? And she has to decide in which direction. You guys can do it on your phones as well. We'll spend about 4 minutes on this project, okay? Yeah. You got to pick one. You got to pick one. You want to go back? Okay, let's start it again. Okay, so whatever you see, so you got to do it in 30 seconds. So don't, don't overthink it, okay? If you overthink it, okay. So let's go back. So, okay. Here's the situation, okay? All right? You got to do it quick, okay? It's your impulse. We're not trying to make a judgment. It's just, yeah. So they wanted to see this. 1 second. Yeah. Everyone got the QR code? Do it quickly. Do it your first instinct. Don't overthink it. If you overthink it, more left brain, right? You're gonna bias it. Just go initial gut. All right. So we're gonna have Lauren. Okay. Go ahead. Go. 30 seconds. On the clock. Who's gonna timer? Just go. Yeah. So I'll read along. Go ahead. In which direction is the answer turning? Go. Push it. Click on it. You have to click on one of those options. Yep. Click. Click. Okay. Choose the color, not the word. You have 4 seconds for each task. Go. Choose the color, not the word. you guys are opposites, yeah. Good. I'm going to have you do it at the same time on your phone. Yeah, yeah. All right, look at this. Look at this. She thought she's very right-brained, but the test said that she's more left-brained. Okay? So now this kind of throws things in the mix because how did you do it? You were really trying hard to be right, maybe, or maybe not.
I'm trying to let go and just go with my first.
Go with your first instinct, okay. So she's left-brained, so she gets excluded from the study, all right? Because the subjective doesn't add up to the objective, right? Someone says they have nasal obstruction, someone says they have some, but you have to have both. So we were talking about doing a study, you're gonna come up, Luria, yeah? We were talking about doing a study, and you just can't take someone who says they have nasal obstruction who says they have symptoms. So why don't the other two of you guys, why don't you QR code it, and we'll do it simultaneously. Is that okay? Yeah, you're gonna QR code it. Do you guys appreciate why, right? So I love Lauren, but I wouldn't enroll her in my study, right? Who would I enroll in my study? Someone who checks off all the marks, the subjective criteria, meets the subjective criteria, but also meets the objective criteria. That would be a good study candidate to see someone who's really right-brained. Are you guys with me? So let's continue our enrollment process. Dr. Scow, yeah.
I would ask, how do you know that that's
This is probably not valid. Okay? Yeah. But
the objective criteria in the little test it's taken?
100%, and that's why, oh, one second. That's why when you use something like sleep image, you don't know what it's measuring. You just don't know. And for sleep studies, the WatchPat's the only one that's been validated 300, 400, 500 different studies. So I get it. They're coming out with fancy rings that you can put on your finger, and they want to, I think Vivos came around and handed everyone one of these things, okay? Is it validated? Or is it just like this website thing that, 30 seconds and it tells you sleep apnea, no sleep apnea, right? You need it to be validated. You're going to make clinical decisions based on this, right? And you don't want to be like that CDC chief where the data comes out one way and interpreted another way, right? You really want to be sure in what you have. So that's why we're coming up with the Breathe Institute's clinical assessment protocol, right? Where there's subjective criteria, objective criteria based on physical exam findings, based on CT, based on sleep study, and then you make an assessment. That's how you're going to push the research. Otherwise, you introduce a lot of which kind of error? Which kind of error is it? Measurement error here. Measurement error. You guys seeing that? Confirmation bias is when you're messing up the data. This is measurement error, measurement bias. Is this a helpful experiment for you guys? Okay. So let's see. All right. So go ahead and start. All right. So who's our right brainer, left brainer? What's the hypothesis? You already finished? Okay. Hold it 1 second. Hold. You finished too? All right. Lori is going to do it, and then we're going to see. Yeah, way to go. Left brain, left brain. All right. Which one is yours?
I'm equal.
Equal. Let's see. 50-50. Wow. Perfectly equal. Amazing.
I'm shocked.
Very, very good. How about yours?
I was more right-brained.
More right-brained. Okay. Very good. Thank you guys for participating. Now let me see the audience. Who participated? And who thought it was accurate? What you thought? Okay, so again, put your hands up if you participated. All right? Okay, and now put your hands up if it was wrong. Okay, so it's pretty accurate, right? It was pretty accurate. How many right-brainers do we have in the audience? Okay, how many left-brainers do we have in the audience? 50-50. Pretty interesting. A lot of, how many equals do you have? Yeah. Wow, amazing. Wow, 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 wow. And so really what we're striving for is just understanding that some people are left brain, some people are right brain, and they can look at the same things, right? We just saw how a group of individuals came up, they saw the same exact thing, but they interpreted it differently. And in fact, everyone in this room interpreted the same information completely differently. I would bet there's no two people in this room who answered all of the questions similarly. Do you guys agree with me on that? What do you guys think I am? I'm very left-brained, but I try. I try to be right-brained. I know it's my weakness, all right? Yeah, and that's why I have amazing partners that complement me, right? So if you're gonna do a project or something like that, you wanna have someone who's really right-brained, you wanna have someone who's in the middle, you wanna have someone who's like super left-brained, and you all wanna come together to the table and understand that you're not gonna be talking the same language, but you have to kind of come together and develop a new kind of rapport and interaction so that you can convey your ideas effectively, all right? Do you guys understand how important it is to have effective communication? And how effective communication begins with understanding your own bias and understanding that nobody's right. These answers, there's no right answer. It's all a matter of what? It's a matter of your perspective, right? All right. So what we're going to do, and your slide's coming up, Renata, if you want to wait a little bit longer, all right, is distinguish between truth, right? Research is about looking for the truth by looking for facts, opinions, and fallacies, all right? And so in order to do the systematic investigation, we have to first be able to distinguish what is a fact and what is an opinion, all right? So we'll do a little example here. So an opinion is a belief, right? A fact is the truth. You can't argue with the fact. The fact is a fact. An opinion is a belief, it's a bias. And we're gonna talk about how sometimes there are facts and opinions, but the vast majority of the things that we're interacting with on a daily basis and talking to our patients are not facts or opinions. They're informed opinions, right? You take information and you come up with an opinion, and now you have an informed opinion. And the informed opinion is the 68 shades of gray. So you have facts on one side, you have opinions on the other side, and in the middle, you have informed opinions. And a lot of what we do on a daily basis isn't in the black and white territory, it's in the gray area. Sometimes we're totally off, okay? If you're totally off, that's a fallacy. So that was for the left brainers, right? And for the right brainers, let me put up a diagram, all right? So you have facts, and facts lead to the truth. If they don't lead to the truth, then it's a fallacy. Simple as that, right? Informed opinions guide you towards the truth. Do you guys see that on the slide here? Okay? Whereas opinions in general might guide you and might not. Yeah. Any comments or questions? Lauren, you have a question? Ask your question. I want to be interactive. Yeah. That's okay. So, okay, I love it. Love it. So the left brain of the words, like, it's like words, numbers, like organized, like school, okay? Very left brain, all right? Art class, right brain. You with me? Okay, music, emotions, feelings, design, right brain. You good? Great. You got it. And so are you guys appreciating the slide here? All right. So I'm going to give you a textbook example, and I literally pulled these out of a textbook so I wouldn't be biased, okay? And so here are the textbook examples, all right? It says a fact is information that can be proved through objective information, all right? So let's say the Quad Tower is the tallest building in this city, for example, okay? That could be a fact. You could go out, you could measure, and you could see. That would be a fact. Albert Einstein willed his violin to his grandson. You go look in his autobiography, you go look at the records. These are facts, right? It's black or white. Either he willed it or he didn't will it. There's no informed opinion there. It's either a fact or it's not. An opinion can't be proven true. The Quad Tower is the ugliest building in the city, right? That's an opinion. You can't prove if it's ugly or if it's beautiful or, that's an opinion. Ugly is a value word, and a lot of value words tend to lean towards opinions. Einstein should have is an opinion, right? Maybe you could base it on some facts, and if you based it on some facts, that would be an informed opinion. All right? Last night, a tree outside our house was struck by lightning. Is that a fact or opinion? The waiters at the restaurant were rude, and the food cost twice as much as it's worth. Fact or opinion? Opinion. Both you said? Middle brain? Yeah. So the first one's a fact, the second one's opinion. And then Renata posted this. Tell us about this homework assignment, Renata. Amazing. What grade? First grade. Amazing, amazing. Amazing that it's in the homeschool curriculum, right? We hope that it's in the non-homeschool curriculum as well, distinguishing between facts and opinions, right? Very important though, right? And very kind of a basic task here to determine between facts and opinions, all right? Those were textbook examples. Are you ready to take it up a notch? Come to the real world? Any questions, by the way? Let me see any questions or comments. If you have a question, just raise your hand. I want it to be as interactive as possible. You guys enjoying this? You guys finding it helpful? Yes? Thumbs up? Great. All right. So we're going to get a little political, okay? Just because that's what I need to get polarized. Is that okay? All right. Fact, opinion, or both. Don't react, okay? Don't get upset at me. All right? All right? Governor Greg Abbott signs into law. You have to tell me if it's fact or opinion, all right? Governor Greg Abbott signs into law one of the nation's strictest abortion measures, banning procedures as early as 6 weeks into a pregnancy. All right. Okay? So is this a fact or opinion? So the words on here, the words are all facts. The words are all, this is what's happened to journalism. Okay? Journalists must publish facts only, except in an opinion column. Okay? They must publish facts only. What's that? It might, if you look at the history of it, then you could kind of weigh that this is the most strict. Okay? But at least they're supposed to. Journalists are supposed to be as objective as possible. But you can see that opinions are embedded, right, in the tone and choice of words. Do you guys feel that? Is this person pro or against the measure? Against, right? You can feel that, right? So there's an opinion embedded in there, so this is not a fact. It's an informed opinion, perhaps, right? Supposed to be a fact, but like you're saying, right? The word strictest kind of was like, oh. You could. This is exactly what I want. This is exactly what I want, right? Is it an opinion or is it a fact, right? Let's look at the other one. Victory for children, right? Texas abortion law sets great pattern for other states to follow. Okay, that's like a very opinion, right? Like very much on this side. You guys with me? Facts and opinions are not black and white. They're not black and white. They exist on a continuum with 68 shades of gray. Are you guys with me? Yes. This is based on numbers, exactly, right? No, it's just a play to help you learn something. It's not actually, okay? You could define, you can cut the threshold however you want. You could say 1,000 shades, you could say 10 shades, okay? I'm trying to help you learn that number, all right? Is it working to help you learn the number? You guys got that 68 number? Okay? So it's just a little trick for me to help teach you guys a point. All right. So the more opinion you are, the more subjective it is. You guys agree, right? And the more objective you are, the more fact, right? And facts are supposed to represent like the truth. But the truth is relative. Truth is relative. Let me prove that to you. We have two individuals here. One is looking at these sticks from one angle, sees it as a 4. The other person looks at it from the other angle and argues that it's a 3. Now, where's the truth? The truth depends on the context and perspective. So whenever you're going to say a truth, you say based on this perspective, compared to controls, right? And you really can't say something in isolation. You have to define it in the context of a perspective or comparison to an alternate option. Does that make sense? And again, that's the problem with our society, that things are getting more and more polarized. And this is the best image I could find that would convey this point. But even newer ones show that we're even more polarized than this. And the polarization happens because we are not paying enough attention to critical thinking and judgment, and we're tending to use emotions. And the emotions favor the extremes, okay? If something's good or bad, how you feel, you go out, and the most vocal people, right, are gonna pull this. And what we need if we want to move forward on any problem, right? If you guys are all sitting at the table here and you guys want to come to agreement on anything, right? You got to come to the middle a little bit, don't you think? Right? You have to respect the right person's brain, the left person's brain, right? The one in the middle. And you got to see, because the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. Okay? So nothing is completely black or white, not even black and white. All right? It depends on the context. So here we have dark black, black, and light black. Can you guys tell the difference? Can anyone tell the difference between the dark black, black, and light black? No. It just looks black and white, right? All right. Now, what I'm telling you is that it's relative and it depends on the context. So if I change the context and I change the background to black, depending on if you're up there, are you guys able to see the light black a little better? Isn't that amazing? Okay? So your perception of even color is relative to the context. And that's what we need to recognize. You guys remember this little thing here? Okay? So who sees this as black and blue? Who sees it as yellow and gold? Wow, look at that. Okay? You guys are looking at the same thing. Right? Some people see it as yellow and gold. Other people see it as black and blue. Isn't that incredible? You're literally looking at it. Okay? So I, as a researcher, come in, and what we have to do is recognize that even if you don't see something, right? I need your eyes, because I see it as black and blue. I see it as black and blue. But with your eyes, from a lactation consultant perspective, a chiropractor perspective, all different kind of specialties and backgrounds coming together, we're able to know that, hey, depending on how you look at it, it'll either be yellow and gold or black and blue. Any comments? Please. You guys find this interesting? Yeah, please, Jennifer. That would be a good experiment. Sure. Jennifer wants to do an experiment. All right, so come on up, do your experiment. All right. All right. So let's do this experiment, right? So tell us your hypothesis, right? She has a hypothesis, right? She asked a question, now she has a hypothesis. So voice your hypothesis.
So I'm more left brain and I see it as blue and black. And Sarah, who's more right brain, saw it as gold and what was the other color? White.
Okay, great. So now you want to do research, right? Okay. So the first thing is you have to define your X variable and your Y variable, your dependent variable and your independent variable. Okay? So I don't want to show on the spot if you don't have it. So I'll just ask the audience, all right? What's the dependent variable here? And what's the independent variable?
So this is like the first thing. If you're going to do research, right, you have to have the hypothesis. You have to ask the question. What's the X variable? What's the Y variable? You can't do the statistics. You can't push it forward until you know exactly what you're looking for, okay? The dependent variable is the one that's going to influence the outcome, right? Okay, so the X variable is going to influence the outcome. The outcome is your perception, right? The perception's not going to influence which brain side you are, right? Are you guys with me? So what's the X variable here? The brain side. Does that make sense? Okay. And what's the Y variable? The colors, okay? Now, if you did dependent variable, recruit the dependent variable, and then look at the outcome, what kind of study is that? Is it case control or cohort? Which way should we do it? Should I have people come up here and put them in columns of what color did you see, what side of the brain you are? Or should I have people come up and say, what side of the brain are you, which color should you do? Which side of the brain are you? Why? That's a cohort study, right? And that's a higher level of evidence than the case control. The case control is more subjective bias. It's a higher level of evidence, right? So if we have the opportunity, why don't we do it? Do you guys see how the inclusion criteria there really matters? I'm about to bring up people. So should we bring up again, just to see? Should we bring up right brain versus left brain, or should we bring up black and gold versus blue and yellow? Who should we bring up? Right and left brain. Yeah, question? So that's a good question. What about controlling for the balance, right? Okay, so you could do one of two things. You can have that as a control group, and maybe that's probably what you should do, right? So you see, great idea. Round of applause for that comment, right? There you go. And so this is why we have 100 people. We have 100 people here about, right? And 1-2% of these ideas can affect the study design. So later in the morning, I don't know how much time we have, I'm going to share the research I'm working on. I'm going to float some ideas, and this is what I've done before. So this is how I produce. This is my secret, actually. Okay, I have an idea, and I launch it. I come to lectures. I get ideas from people. I like to credit people as much as they can participate. And then I go back and I think about it. I process it, and then I come out. Because my brain can only see so much. I can't see the whole picture. And I don't even pretend to. But with you guys here, we have 100 left brains and 100 right brains working to solve this complex problem. Are you guys with me? You guys want to do this experiment? Yeah. Like, how are you going to define it? Yeah, like, is it 20%? So we'll do whatever that thing, thresholds are very important. And thresholds defines the confidence level. And we're going to talk about that. That's like a perfect segue, okay, to confidence levels. Because you could do one confidence level, that's 68%. You could do two confidence levels, that's 95%. Or you could do three confidence levels, 99%. All right? How sure are you about what you're dealing with? How much confidence do you have? You have to have at least 68% confidence. 68 makes it more than 50-50. 50-50 is like you have no, it's nothing. It's totally random. 68%, you tend to say, all right, it's one side. 95 is the second confidence level, and you have more confidence. 99, which is what we try to go for in our research, I try to go to 99, or actually we go for 99.9. That's the threshold that I use before I really publish something. 99.9% before I make a statement. Everything else I say, that's very high. Yeah, that's why it takes us 3 to 5 years to publish these things, and we go through, like Sandra will tell you, like, give me data, throw it away. How much data did I take from you and throw away, right? She's over it. She's like, go to the breathe out look, I'm done, right? You give me the data, I throw it away, I throw it away, I throw it away, until I have, I'm sure, right? All right, so do your study. So how many people do you want to recruit for your study? And you got to recruit it.
8 on each side.
She wants 8 on each side. Are you guys going to step up? So let me get 8 right brain and 8 left brain and 8 middle. That's with the whole audience. So that's not going to. So let's do just so that it works here. You could, just for the sake of making it work. How about we do 4 from each group? Is that good? Okay. So go ahead and organize your study. I don't have to be part of this, right? Here you go.
Okay.
So organize your study. And I'm going to come in to do the analysis. Okay.
Okay, so right brain over here, left brain over there. So who do we have for volunteers? Which one are you? Left, okay.
Am I on your right or on your
You're on my right, but I did it backwards for the audience. But.
Oh, okay.
You're in the middle? You're the control? Okay. Should I ask for controls?
Yeah, go ahead.
And then maybe 4 for right in the middle?
So 3 more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're good, we're good. One more right.
Okay. So you guys are all left
Yeah, one more right.
and middle? And we need one more right. Your right side?
Middle.
Oh, okay. We have 4 middle, so we don't need.
Need me.
Sorry. So we need one more right. Okay, so we have left, middle, and right. And what colors did you see?
White and gold.
Okay. Black and blue. Okay. Black and blue.
White and gold.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And then we have middle.
Black and blue.
Okay.
Black and blue. Black and blue.
Interesting. Okay.
White and gold.
Black and blue.
Black and blue.
So it sounds more black and blue, for sure.
Black and blue, right?
Yeah.
But what was your hypothesis?
My hypothesis was that the left brain saw the black and blue,
Okay, versus
the right,
compared to?
the right brain who saw white and gold.
Wow, right? So her hypothesis held, right? Because it was 50-50. Sorry. So the opposite. The opposite was true. Okay, so the opposite of her hypothesis, but it's still relevant because it's 50-50 here, and what 75% here. All right. So yes. Yes. So now you get into increased complexity of the research, right? And you recognize that in order for it to be significant, right, you need to have at least 68-34. At least that kind of a split. So here, a 25% split, I'll tell you the p-value is not going to be significant. It's not going to be significant. All right? You need at least 68-34 before it's even worth my time to analyze the data, put in the spreadsheet. Now I have a dedicated research assistant to do that, Isabella. Yeah. Yes. 100%, right? Yeah, for sure. Sampling error. Oh, for sure. Sampling error, measurement bias, right? Confirmation bias. Yes. Totally. That's exactly why you guys need strict controls, right? And that's why who you enroll in your study really matters, and it has to be most representative, okay? So round of applause for our group here. Round of applause. Thank you so much for doing your first research study. Yeah. Woo. All right. And so I hope you guys are having fun, but also understanding why we need those p-values, why we need sample size and all these things. Are these examples helpful? Yeah? Fantastic. All right. So what we're talking about is that perception of colors depends on context. Here we're able to see how different people are seeing things differently. If you have a gray border, if you have a control group, you can see all the edges of the white and black. If you lack the control group, right, you miss one side of it. You've introduced bias into it, and you can bias it the opposite way as well. So are colors a factor opinion? Our colors are factor opinion, right? A little bit of both, right? Because colors they imply emotions. Black can be conveyed as strength, elegance, powerful, authority, rebellious, mysterious, sophisticated. So there's meanings in things, and when there's meanings in them, you've moved away from just strict black or white. And you move towards 68, 95, 99 shades of gray. All right? I hope this is the most exciting bell curve you've ever seen, right? Who's actually excited to look at this bell curve for the first time? Anybody? Yeah? Okay. So we're seeing this from a different way. The 68 is one confidence level. It's 1 times the standard deviation or the standard error, depending on what you're doing. Are you guys with me? 2 confidence levels is 2 times the standard deviation. 3 confidence levels is 3 times the standard deviation. 3 confidence levels gives you 99.7% confidence. 2, 95. 1, 68. The minimum that you need to show an effect is 68. So where should we draw these thresholds, right? Where should we make our cutoffs? How do we define someone as right brain versus left brain, right? Are we going to use 1, 2, or 3? Like, how strict are we going to be? Now, if you're super strict, we barely got, like, she struggled to, like, pull 4 people here, right? Now, imagine you use, like, strict criteria. You get, like, 1 person here, 2 people here, right? So you have to kind of see what are you working with, and that's the power of our group, right? Because working with our group, now it's not just people in this room. You can access 1,000, 2,000, 10,000 sample size and really be able to answer those questions. All right? So our job is to determine what's the gray area versus what's black and white. And statistics can be used to draw those cutoffs. And the higher your sample size and the smaller your sample deviation, the more tight and defined these lines will be. But the lines that we draw are not set in stone. They're informed opinions. So we'll talk about tongue-tie grading, 1, 2, 3, 4, all right? Grade 4 tongue-tie corresponds to the 95% or above. Okay, let me take it back here. Grade 4 tongue-tie, if you have a grade, you guys all know what grade 4 tongue-tie is, right? That means there's a 95% chance you're tongue-tied, you have problems, you have issues, okay? Grade 3 is 90% confidence interval. Grade 2 is a 68 shades of gray. Grade 1 is the other side. I did the stats, so that's why it is this way, right? And so it has to be used appropriately in order for it to work. Is that helpful information? Okay, so I'm going to give you this, and then we'll go into the actual science that we're publishing so you can appreciate it more. Questions, comments? Good? All right. So, all right, now it's going to get fun, all right? You guys good? You guys need a break, or we're good? We're good? I have some exciting stuff coming up. All right. So now that you guys understand these confidence levels, okay, this was very left brain, right? And don't forget about the test. It's whatever you feel is what you are, all right? I trust, and that's another thing too, okay? What do I trust more? That 30-second test or what you think and you know and you believe, right? What you think and you know what you believe. And that's what they taught me in medical school. They said to me, don't worry what the chart says. Don't worry about the labs. Don't worry about the x-rays. Listen to the patient. Listen to your patient. And so just remember this right brain, left brain example. And when the patient is telling you something that doesn't add up, consider that it might be a measurement error, right? And your default is listening to the patient's perspective because that's the truth from their perspective. Does that make sense? Anyone agree, disagree, comments? Is that helpful? You like that? Good, all right. So now you guys are gonna be a jury, all right? And we're gonna use, you guys heard about this case. I know it's sad, but it's like all over the news, okay? So I'm gonna play this for 4 minutes, all right? It's about the Gabby Petito. Who here has heard about this, Gabby Petito, Brian Lundry? Who here has not heard of it, okay? It's almost impossible not to. And it's not a political, like, conservative, liberal issue, so I thought it'd be fair to use this example. Is that a good example? Okay. This is gonna tell you 4 minutes, it's gonna give you some information, and at the end of it, we're gonna draw some conclusions. If you have to use the bathroom or anything like that, now is the good time. The video runs for about 3.5, 4 minutes, okay?
This morning, a major development in the case of 22-year-old Gabby Petito missing for weeks. This was a post from her father overnight. She touched the world. Human remains believed to be Petito have been discovered in northern Wyoming. An autopsy is scheduled for tomorrow. The FBI says cause of death has not yet been determined. Law enforcement agents found the body after spending the weekend searching campsites on the eastern border of Grand Teton National Park.
Authorities are now searching for Petito's fiance, Brian Laundrie, who was last seen on Tuesday by his family members in Florida. That's what they are telling authorities. The couple left on a cross-country road trip in June, but Laundrie returned home earlier this month without Petito. We begin with CNN's Layla Santiago, who is live for us in Northport, Florida, with more. Layla?
Brianna, this is where the couple lived with Brian Laundrie's family. It's been pretty quiet here this morning, but Northport police are saying they will continue to work with the FBI today in search of answers. Key to this investigation right now, what exactly happened and where is Brian Laundrie? FBI investigators announcing a body was discovered in the Grand Teton National Forest, saying it could be missing 22-year-old Gabby Petito.
Human remains were discovered, consistent with the description of Gabrielle Gabby Petito. Full forensic identification has not been completed to confirm 100% that we found Gabby, but her family has been notified of this discovery.
Petito disappearing on a cross-country drive with her fiancé Brian Laundrie last month. The couple documenting their journey on social media.
And good morning. It is really nice and sunny today.
Posting photos and videos of their trip starting in July with plans to end in Oregon in October. But Petito's family says they lost contact with her at the end of August.
I don't know, we just been fighting all morning.
About 2 weeks after police in Moab, Utah responded to a report of disorderly conduct between the couple. After the incident, police filing a report saying Petito and Laundrie engaged in some sort of altercation. No charges were filed. Laundrie returning to Florida without her on September 1st. 10 days later, Petito was reported missing.
My gut tells me that something bad happened. And I'm never going to be able to hold my baby girl again.
Now, the search is on for Laundrie, who has disappeared. Federal and local authorities launching a massive effort looking for the 23-year-old at this nature reserve. Laundrie's parents saying Friday they last saw him on Tuesday.
His family says that this is a place that he frequents. They also believe that this is where he came.
Petito's family sharing their grief overnight. Her father tweeting this photo of his daughter, writing, "She touched the world." Meantime, the FBI is still looking for any leads about Petito's disappearance.
This is an active and ongoing investigation, so we ask everyone maintain distance from law enforcement personnel and equipment, vehicles, and related activity for their own safety, as well as to protect the integrity of our work and respect privacy for Gabby's family.
This is unfortunately very, very sad, okay? And our hearts go out to the families and the ones that are affected, okay? I did want to share this because, and I know it's emotional, but I did want to get to the emotions, okay? So I want you guys to feel those feelings of emotions that you have there, okay? And I want you guys to kind of hold on to that, because any decision that you're going to make requires you to suspend your intense emotions, all right? So feel the intensity of your emotion, just for a second. Feel the intensity of it. And let me ask you, is the fiancé guilty or innocent? Who here says he's guilty? Who here says he's innocent? Okay? So it's very, very, very important for us to suspend our emotions, right? And do what? An investigation. A systematic investigation. Right? Because in this country, it's not just what you guys think, what the news thinks. And if we go down that way, that's how we get polarized. That's how we get into a lot of trouble. And you're targeting people who maybe, you don't know what happened. There's like 1,000 excuses that could have come up. Maybe he, Dr. Scow, why do you, what's your, let's hear it. Exactly, okay? So what your job as researchers is is to block out what the result is going to be and just think of them as X and Y variables. And that's what research is. It's converting things like this into numbers that are stripped and devoid of all feelings and emotions, and then making an assessment, right? And in clinical research, it's not just what you think, what you feel. It's about doing that systematic investigation in order to establish facts and reach new conclusions. And in this country, right, where we're going to show the threshold isn't on whether he's guilty or innocent. It's guilty or not guilty. And not guilty is the 68 shades of gray. All right? Are you guys with me? And so we give them a presumption of innocence until guilty, because if we don't, we get into this toxic online cancel culture trend. Have you guys kind of experienced this, right? Okay, that every other day someone's the victim of this, their livelihood gets taken away from them, like everything. You've built an entire industry, career, everything, and overnight you're overtaken by the court of public opinion. In order to do a systematic investigation, right, you have to suspend those emotions, that fast, impulsive, little effort, emotional, and you have to go slow, reflective, effortful, and you have to be analytical. And this is why, people who are very intense, okay, their intensity is justified, but we have to observe it on that continuum of opinion and fact, right, as highly subjective. Their feelings is subjective. It's valid. Your feelings and emotions are absolutely valid, right? They're upset, they're angry, and they believe her, and that's valid. But what about this guy? This guy wants a systematic investigation. And that's why in criminal justice we have the court of law instead of the court of public opinion. Because, you guys like that one? Right? And the same thing for tongue tie stuff, right? And then this article comes out that shows one case that I saw you guys, and then everyone's reposting it, sharing it, and getting all excited over nothing, right? It's one case report. It's one person's opinion. Why are you guys sharing this online? Why are you drawing attention to it? Huh? Don't draw attention to public opinion. Draw attention to facts, the research. This article comes up, you say, oh, it's just an opinion piece. There's 1,000, don't even put your energy into it. They're trying to cancel culture tongue tie. That's what they tried to do. Don't feed into it. Are you guys seeing this? If you believe in research, acknowledge, say, hey, it's very unfortunate, very sad, I totally fear for you. I see where you're coming from, okay? And you move on. The human mind can hardly remain entirely free from bias. And it's unfortunate when you make a decisive opinion before you do a thorough examination of all the facts. So what are your rights in this country if you're wrongly accused? You guys should know. What's the threshold? You have thanks to Chad. Where's Chad? He's here somewhere. Okay, I think he would appreciate this. You got to take a picture for this if he's not here. You have due process. That means that before they convict you, what do they have to do? What is this due process? It's a systematic investigation. You're owed that. And in clinical research, before you convict tongue ties of being good or bad, of expansion working, of bicuspid extraction being good or bad, okay? You have to do the systematic investigation. But there's different burdens of proof that you need. If you are trying to convict someone of murder, right, you need beyond a reasonable doubt to put someone in jail for the lesser of life or give them the death penalty. You need beyond a reasonable doubt. But if something is potentially harmful, like bicuspid extraction or retraction, right, all you need is reasonable suspicion or probable cause. And if you're offering an intervention that's investigational, like myofunctional therapy, tongue tie, all you really need is a preponderance of evidence. All right? You don't always need beyond a reasonable doubt to breathe through your nose and do myofunctional therapy, right? So when these folks are like, we need proof, it's where you setting the threshold. If they're going to set a 99.7% threshold, all right, that's going to take an enormous amount of research. And I'm saying not that we should do it. We don't even need that. Let's change the argument away from beyond a reasonable doubt to clear and convincing evidence or preponderance of evidence. Are you guys with me? And this is our levels of research, right? Reasonable suspicion, like a case report. Preponderance of evidence is our cohort studies and multiple randomized controlled trials, placebo, blinded. That's beyond a reasonable doubt. Are these helpful analogies for you guys? Yes? Okay. So let's look at the law a little bit, all right? So in the middle, you have here for a law case, for a criminal case, you have 95 shades of gray. So either not guilty or you're guilty. If you're guilty, you're really guilty, okay? But that's not the true for every case. So civil cases, you could have less. The scientific method uses statistics to determine if an intervention is innocent or guilty. And you could put the innocent with the gray area on this side or the guilty on the opposite side, depending on your objective. If you're doing a safety study, right, you really want to make sure it's safe. So even the least amount of doubt is going to throw you off. If you're doing an efficacy study, you're willing to tolerate a little bit more in lack of efficacy, so you use a different confidence level. So that's how we come up with the confidence levels that we have, all right? For tongue tie, the confidence level around a grade 2 is about 68%. If I put it to the 95% threshold, then you would miss so many people. This goes into sensitivity and specificity, and I know I'm getting complex, but it'll come around, okay? So I try to give you a topic, and then we'll explore it, right? And then we come to it again. Does that work for you guys? So basically in research, what we're trying to do is describe things and compare them on one extreme or the other. When you're looking at a p-value, the p-value indicates the probability of error and tells you how much confidence you can have in those results. It's where you're drawing that threshold for where gray ends and black begins. If you want to be very, very, very strict, you'll use a very, very low p-value. If you want to be more flexible, you'll use a higher p-value. If you use a p-value of 0.10, the chance of being wrong is about 10%. You're right about 90% of the time. Remember those studies that we did? If it's less than 0.05, it's 95%. Less than 0.01 is 99%. And in my studies, I at least go for 99%. So here we have the Ferris 6, all right? And in the Ferris 6, Cynthia, who participated in this study? Amazing, amazing, okay? What we did here is based on case reports, right? Based on reasonable suspicion and case series, we took mouth breathing, mentalis strain, tonsil hypertrophy, ankylosing, dental wear, and narrow palate. We took it to court, all right? We took it to court to see, are they guilty? Are they guilty of having an association with sleep disordered breathing? All right? And if we're going to make a guideline published in the Journal of Pediatric Dentistry, and if I'm going to come out here, stand on this podium and say that this should be administered in every school, everywhere, every clinic, right? I better have the evidence to support it, right? And we don't make these claims, we don't make these figures until we do. Because we have to go through the process of systematic investigation. And our systematic investigation shows that for the Ferris 6, which is now available, published, and part of the guidelines, what a win, right? Round of applause for all the researchers that did that, right? Clear and convincing evidence. Clear and convincing evidence. And there's p-values, all right? There's p-values. And look at these p-values. Now you're able to see in a different way, all right? P-value of Does mouth breathing affect sleep disordered breathing? The p-value on there is 0.0001. That means that I can come up here on this stage and tell you with 99.9% confidence that mouth breathing affects sleep disordered breathing in kids. Okay? Mentalis strain. I can come up here and with 99.1% confidence tell you that mentalis strain is important. Big tonsils. 99.9% confidence in that. Tongue tie, 99% confidence. Dental wear, 99.9. And narrow palate, 99.9%. Incredible, right? Incredible. Round of applause, yeah. But it's not only if it has an impact, the other thing we want to know is how much of an impact, right? How much of an impact does it have? And for that, we have the odds ratio. Do you guys see that there? The odds ratio tells us how much more likely they are to have this problem. That's what the odds ratio is. And you can see here that the odds ratios are perhaps the highest for which one? Dental wear, right? If your kids have dental wear, 19 times odds of them having sleep disordered breathing. Now, how much confidence do I have that that number is actually 19? Okay? So with it, I've drawn a 95% confidence interval. Do you guys see that on there? And the 95% confidence interval tells me that the gray area for that number 19 is somewhere between 4.8 to 77. That means that if we repeated this study, if anyone in the world repeated this study, the odds ratio would be somewhere between 5 and 77. Does that make sense? Okay, so I told you right now that dental wear has like a 20 times odds, 19 times odds, right? I just told you that. Is it really 19? Or is it 15? Or is it 20? Or is it 10? Or is it 60? Okay? I'm telling you that it's increased odds, right? I don't know that it's exactly 19. It could be anywhere from 4.5 to 77. Yeah. No, it's helpful. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yes. You don't really know. It could be anything from 4 times as much risk to 70 times as much risk. 95% confidence interval. Yeah. That's the mean. Yeah. Look at mentalis strain. Mentalis strain was 10-fold odds, right? But if you repeated the study, it could be 1.3, which means just like 30%, or like 83 times. It does. It does. The bigger the swing, the less confidence you have. Does that make sense? Okay? In that number. That's why don't just look at the conclusion. Look at all the different little things there. So based on this and based on considering everything, okay, we have a lot of confidence that all of these factors will give you at least 30%, right, to like 5-fold risk, increased risk, 500% increased risk at the least. And at the most, it's just exponential. It gives us a range. Yes? The p-value tells me that they're guilty. How guilty are you? Yes. So that guy is guilty, for example, and I'm sorry to be so left-minded for a second, okay? But it's like, how guilty is he? Did he do it by accident? Was he accomplice? Because listen, he left her there. He didn't report her, all right? So you're not innocent, all right? But, right. So you're already some degree of guilt, but how guilty, okay? Did he plan this? And then you have like different kinds of murder, like 1st degree, 2nd degree, 3rd degree, right? And if he went out, he planned it, he took her here, he did all these things, I don't want to be triggering, then it just takes it up, right? P-value says guilty or not guilty. And how sure are you that if you went to court again, would you still be guilty? Uh-huh. 0.5 means it was random. You make no conclusions at all. Make no conclusions at all. It was totally random. You brought some people up here, did an experiment. It's total garbage, total random chance. Guilty or not, and at what threshold? At what burden of proof? Yeah, good. Helpful? I know the numbers get to people, right? Okay. So those are the confidence intervals, and for p-values, you have more of a confidence interval, the wider the distribution. All right. So for tongue tie, because of the Ferris 6 in the study we did, we've now validated lingual palatal section. And for these kind of things, whether you're grade 1, 2, 3, or 4, I use 1 confidence level, okay? Which tells you that yes, we have a range, but it's not like it's like set in stone, these things, okay? There's a lot of flexibility, and the lines that we draw are really informed opinions. So don't get too stuck on 3, 4, 2, 1, okay? It's not black and white. There's a lot of gray between each of these things. All right, so let's make it more, let's just take that point a little further, okay? And we have about like 30 minutes more, if you guys can hang in there with me. Confidence in the verdict depends on the threshold for conviction, all right? So at which threshold, which confidence interval are you going to use? A police officer needs reasonable suspicion to stop or detain you. Similarly, if you're doing like a case report or a case study, right, you have to have some suspicion. You're not going to come and do a study out of nowhere. You need to have probable cause, like a case series, okay, of information in order for the police officer to arrest you. You need to have preponderance of evidence, and that's all that you need, just a little bit more, 51-49, to win a civil case. You need clear and convincing evidence to have your children taken away from you because of neglect. And you need beyond a reasonable doubt to get a criminal conviction in a case. All right? So this is burdens of proof, and the burdens of proof go hand in hand with the probability levels in terms of informing whether or not you can have confidence in your study. Okay? And in the same way, your study design will help you determine what is that burden of proof. If we're doing a study here together, I'm like, give me an idea. The first thing I want to know is, what is your idea? What is your study design? And before I invest my time and energy, I want to know, what are you going for? Are you going for reasonable suspicion case report? Or are you going for a murder trial? All right? And if you're going for a murder trial, if you're going for clear and convincing evidence, right? If you're going to go and prosecute, right? You need to know that you can win. Right? You're not going to do a study where maybe you'll win and maybe you'll lose. So what we need is to have a careful calculation of sample size. And we can do this, right, by determining our alpha level, and we'll go over type 1 and type 2 error in a second, okay? That's the p-value. You say what you want your p-value to be, and then you put in your standard deviation. That's how wide that interval is. Is it very wide or is it narrow? And the software will tell you what your power is, and your power is how successful you will be as an attorney in that systematic investigation, all right? If you're doing a case series, case report, doesn't take too much time, energy, you know, if you're 50-50 successful, okay, fine, it's a pilot study. But if you're gonna invest time and energy and years, I was talking to, at Sarah's party, the folks from REM Water Bottle, are they here, by chance? They were gonna do a study on sleep apnea with a sample size of 40, all right? And I told them that, hey, if you're gonna go through all this effort and all that, in sleep apnea, you can have a 15% error. So don't do a study with pre and post sleep studies in anything less than 100, okay? If you have anything less than 100, your power is gonna be very low, all right? If you do it with just like 20 people, your power is 56. Where's my pointer? It doesn't work on the screen. But you can see that if you increase your sample size, your power goes up to 99%. So let me explain a little bit on this point. And the idea I want to get across is between type 1 and type 2 error. All right? A type 1 error is you do a test, okay, and you get a false positive. You test this old man, you give him a pregnancy test, or a COVID test, okay, or a mammogram, and it says you're positive. That can happen. It's like we did the right brain, left brain here, and the study says that you're right brain or left brain, right? It's a false positive. The opposite is when you take, like you're gonna be like an attorney, you're gonna take your client to court and you wanna win, right? That's your power. How successful are you gonna be at that systematic investigation? Are you gonna get the truth? And so the type 2 error reflects how close you are to being able to capture the truth. So making sure that you're not making these errors where you're telling someone who's obviously very pregnant that they're not pregnant. So taking someone who's obviously very guilty and letting them off the hook. That's a type 2 error. Is this helpful to you guys? So let's think about false positive and false negative, all right? And let's do a little pop quiz here. Let's say we have Arnold Schwarzenegger, all right? And he does a pregnancy test, and the pregnancy test comes out negative, but he's really pregnant. It's a trip. Is that a false positive or false negative? You have to suspend your beliefs when you're doing research. You have to suspend your beliefs. You can't bias it by saying, well, he's a man, men can't have babies. You can't do that. If you come in here, you've introduced your own bias. You see that? You have to take it for what it is. I'm telling you, Arnold Schwarzenegger is pregnant, and his pregnancy test was negative. False negative. Are you guys getting that? Doesn't matter what you think. Doesn't matter what you know. Doesn't matter that you've never seen a man have a baby, okay? Or do chest feeding, okay? All right, doesn't matter. It's not about your opinion. It's not about your opinion. It's about the facts. And so if this old man is not pregnant, that would be a false positive, right? All right, so let's take a look at mammograms. So I think you guys are good with false positive, false negative, right? So let's see this in an example. Let's say you're doing mammograms, all right? Why do you do mammograms? To find cancer, right? Are you gonna wanna, like, where's your burden? Where's your threshold for where you're gonna capture it, right? Would you rather miss someone who maybe has cancer? Or would you lean towards more on overdiagnosing? Are you gonna wanna underdiagnose or overdiagnose? Overdiagnose, and that's what they do, okay? They test 10,000 women. Among the 10,000, the truth is that only 40 have breast cancer and 9,960 don't. The true positives was 36, so 90%. They caught 90%, but they missed 4. They missed that 10%. The same things hold true for vaccine efficacy as well as testing for COVID, all right? They're 95% effective. They're not 100% effective. No one said they're 100% effective. At best, they said they're 95% effective. So if you find a few people who fall through the cracks, if you say, hey, my aunt had breast cancer, she mammogram, they didn't find it, that happens 10% of the time. But 90% of the time it works, and you have to keep that in consideration. Comments? Yeah. Okay, go ahead, stand. Come, stand. Okay, sorry about that. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Wow, meant to be. No, you're good. So we're seeing here that by contrast, you have a lot of false positives. You see that? So 1,000 people were told they have breast cancer, they don't have breast cancer. You see the problems here with the sensitivity and specificity, and this applies to any test. And so We have to be very careful with our power calculations, all right? Does the power apply to the breast cancer patients or the no breast cancer patients? The power of a study or a test. Does it speak to the false negatives or the false positives? The power of a study. What do you guys think? The power of a study, like how powerful is that study, that test at finding breast cancer? How powerful it is. What's that? No, just like literally just like power in terms of type 1, type 2 error. Yeah, so power, okay? I'm trying to make it relatable, okay? So how powerful is your COVID test, right? So is PCR better or is swab better? What do you guys think? PCR, right? So is the PCR is more powerful, okay? You're less likely to get a false negative with the PCR rather than like the swabs. Are you guys with me? Is this making sense? Okay, so that's your power. The power at best for those things is about 95%. It's not 100%. But in our research, we want our power to be like 99% when we're planning a study. The false positive rate is your likelihood of error, and that's your p-value. Okay? So I know it's super complex stuff, all right? But I hope we're starting to make a dent in these concepts. Have I helped anyone shed some light on this? Yeah? Okay. But it takes some time getting used to, and we'll come back and we'll get this in future sessions, kind of get these numbers kind of honed up about power and confidence levels and p-values. Because the last thing you want to do is make a mistake, right? If you're going for the target and you miss the target, right, you made a type 2 error. So you're trying to convict the guy and you didn't do it. But if you're producing, random information, that's a type 1 error. And if you do a lot of research, if you're testing a lot of things, right? Like today we did a few studies here. If you do a lot of studies, the chances will increase and increase that you'll get some kind of error. If I did 20 studies today, the chances of not having a conclusion, not having a significant p-value is about 64%. So the vast majority of time, the more studies you do, the more random information you'll generate. So we don't want like a lot of studies, we want well-conducted studies. A lot of studies are going to give you very mixed and random information. All right? And there are statistical ways of correcting for this, which I do, and this is the Bonferroni correction for those who become more advanced and actually get into the research side of things, all right? So now, now what I have for this section, I have to take a break or not, okay, is I'm gonna go through like this article and some of our research, all right, and dissect it out. I see that, maybe we should take a little break, or what do you think? It's very interactive, and then I'll also go through our recent research. What do you guys think? Take a little 10-minute break? Yeah, maybe, yeah. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 11:05, okay? And we'll continue out, and we'll have a continued open discussion. Thank you guys so much for the energy and attention and participation. Hello? All right, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hi. What's that? Laylee? No. Yeah. All right, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you so much for hanging out with me the first 2 hours. I just want to get some of your feedback. What do you guys think of the section? Anyone find it helpful? Anyone make a comment or give any feedback? Really good. What'd you like? What'd you like? The interaction? Excellent. Great. Does anyone feel like they've changed the way that they view research, the way that they're able to have dialogues with other people? Appreciate the role of systematic investigation, right? The role of the fact that we have different opinions and being able to honor those, okay? This section is now going to apply to the application of what we learned, and as well as review some of the most recent kind of topics that come up. Who here saw this unfortunate article? Right? So I got this article sent to me. The authors reached out. They had written a few other, negative pieces on tongue-tie intervention and things like that. And they asked to interview me, so I interviewed, and I thought it was okay, but they perhaps misconstrued some of the things that I said, and put out this one case report of this 47-year-old who went to have an evaluation, and she had 1-2 tongue-tie surgeries that didn't really help her. And so I saw this being posted online and reshared, and I just wanted to kind of reaffirm that this is just a case report, right? And if you're going to have a standard for what you share, let that hold through and through. Let's not sensationalize things. Let's not advertise the ones that are the most extremes, right? Just like we talked about with like recall bias, you're most likely to feel propelled to do something when it really gets you emotionally charged, but also recognize that when you're really emotionally charged, that's very subjective. And it's better to come from a place of objectivity when you're doing like a verdict as to whether or not tongue-tie treatment should be offered. So that one is just a case report. It's unfortunate, but she's right. Someone had a procedure that wasn't indicated and she did poorly, and we have to kind of recognize it for what it is. But the problem with that is that she clearly overlooked the 348 cases that we've published. But fortunately, in the article, I did tell her to go to a Facebook group where there's 15,000 people, and she mentioned that in her article, that there is a Facebook group with 15,000 people who have benefited from this. So you have 15,000 people who benefited, right? Imagine I have 15,000 people here who benefit, and I have 1 or 2 that don't, right? So in this context, in this way, you have a preponderance of evidence supporting these interventions, not, clear and unrefutable. Because even in my hands, there are many patients who are dissatisfied. 90% do better, but it's upon us to take it to higher thresholds, right? To push it even further. And the way that we're going to do that is through our research that I'll discuss with you. So we've now published on recognizing that tongue-tie is more than just the lingual frenulum. Tongue-tie refers to alterations in tongue movement, and alterations in tongue movement can be attributable to tongue-tie, but also to other things, such as fascia restrictions, tongue space. So now, moving forward, what we're doing is we're taking a functional approach to ankyloglossia, recognizing the role of that tongue-tie, but also the importance of restoring optimal function and ensuring adequate tongue space. So it's not just about tongue-tie anymore. Now we have additional perspectives. And for now, we're working on tongue tone, tongue space, right? And then in the future, we'll also be looking at the whole body connection. With our colleagues, Brad and Cynthia, we're going to here introduce studies that we can do to continue to push this forward. So now we're looking at these from 3 dimensions, and we hope to take it to a 4th dimension. All right? Some people, so you guys, I think I've lectured to you guys and you understand that if you don't have enough tongue space, right, that these patients aren't going to do well. So we're coming up with a checklist. These are the projects that we're working on behind the scenes. Once we have p-values of less than 1%, it'll be published and then it'll become part of the literature. But basically, what I'm doing now is taking a look inside the mouth and determining if the tongue can fit in the mouth. And so one study that we're doing that you may be called to participate on, all right? Who here came up on the stage at one point today? Amazing, amazing. Who here is going to help us push the research forward? Okay? So this is a project that in due time, many of you will be encouraged to participate in or at least give your feedback. And so the idea here is, we want to know who really has a tongue space issue, right? So we're going to assess it in 3 ways. We're going to ask some questions, we're going to take a look, and we're going to do a CT or some kind of study. We're going to pinpoint it from 3 dimensions. And we have to validate each one, and at the end of it, you have a very powerful tool that's both sensitive and specific, all right? Just like we brought up the right brain, left brain, and we saw that some right brains, you thought your right brain, but really your left brain, right? We have the same problem with tongue space. Sometimes it's very obvious, right? Guilty beyond reasonable doubt that it's a tongue space problem. Other times it's very innocent, but there's a lot of gray area. And what we're trying to do is narrow that gray area so we can distinguish better. Are these analogies making helpful based on what we talked about? So in this one, we're just trying to determine if the tongue can fit in the mouth. There's a variety of things that we have to control for. Does anyone have any, and then this is open discussion, anyone have any thoughts or opinions about using this? Can anyone see a problem or benefit that I don't see? Yes. Okay. I'm sorry that you're having that experience. Would love to, yeah. So nasal obstruction is its own thing. If you have a nasal obstruction, that's one of the that's the first checklist, right? So that's exclusion criteria from our study. If you don't have nasal breathing, then you don't get invited up to stage. Oh, I see. Got it. That's a great one that goes into our lip taping project, okay? Just because the nose is open doesn't mean that you're able to use it to breathe. And so the first IRB study that we have is just using lip taping to determine who's nasal obstructed or not. And what we're going to be doing is having you tape your lips for 30 minutes instead of asking you, can you breathe or not? We want you to come on the stage and show me that you can breathe for 30 minutes before before this, right? Yeah, those are the kind of things we're coming on, because that's an important control factor. Yes. Yeah, I want to get your feedback, what you guys think about this. Yeah, this is your opportunity to contribute to the research. Angle of the photo is important. So what? If they have a high vaulted palate, okay. Yeah. You can make it do anything. Interesting. What we would do is the best one. So you would strive for the best. You coach your patient? Yes. In a study that, I don't know that. I don't know that. They may or may not. Yeah. Yes. Those are separate things that we're going to compare this against. So we're going to take a look at this and compare it against the CT that looks at those things. This is one tool. One tool. Yes. That's what I want to. That's what I want to prove, though. I want to prove that if the overflow, go get a CT scan, look at the arch. That's the hypothesis. So if the tongue doesn't fit, the arch is narrow. Yeah. That would also be a tongue space issue, and that's a good one as well. That doesn't account for. Yeah, it doesn't account for it. There's limitations for sure. For sure. This is super helpful. Yeah. It's over the mid-maxillary groove. That's how we're defining it. Over the mid-maxillary groove. So one is, it's kind of, there's like a, where's that gray zone, right? So the mild moderate is the gray. So it's going to be very hard to distinguish between the border between mild and moderate. And what we're really trying to do is distinguish between normal and severe. It doesn't work out that way in reality because a lot of people, like almost nobody, is completely inside the tooth. Yeah. They would be candidates for the study, but that would make it kind of overflow more. Yeah. Tell me your comment again. I feel like yeah. So what we're doing here is we're not putting the threshold here. We're just kind of introducing this as a concept. This has not been published, right? This is just like an idea. It's like a little seed egg that we're going to develop more. And your feedback, like the posture angle, like where exactly, or that comment of I could do all 4 of these, that's super helpful, right? Because that's going to affect that, hey, okay, you can do all 4. Let's try to strive for this and see where you get. So that was a very helpful contribution to how we do this. Yeah. They don't have enough tone, right? So then that affects it as well. So you might have to, so that's an important point, right? So you can do all of them or you can't, right? That would be an exclusion criteria, for example. To get in there. So how do you? Right. You have to consider those things. Mm-hmm. Then it's complex, right? Totally. You can open a can of worms, right? We're trying to be very objective, very organized, focus on one thing and expand it out. Yes. It won't work on an initial case. Yeah, so there's limitations to it for sure. Yeah. So what we would say though is make sure you can nasal breathe, make sure you have the tongue tone, and then assess for this, right? So first do that and then. So those are important criteria to include, all right? Another one is tongue scalloping. This is something that we look to validate, all right? We don't know. We think that if you have tongue scalloping, that reflects inadequate tongue space. Other ones are Friedman. The Friedman, the only one that works is class 4 versus the rest, all right? So you have to, like she said, I could do any one of these, right? I could be class 1, 2, 3, or 4. So when you're doing these measures, you have to take it at the best one that you get, all right? So that's how you can make this more reliable. Like what's the best Friedman tongue position that you can see? Not just what is it in that 1 second, because another second you come and it's totally different. Perfect. And then many of them, there's no way after her coaching, her showing them exactly what they're supposed to do, because usually the second that she would open and show what they're supposed to do, a lot of them would do it. Very, very, very helpful. Very, very helpful to include in our measurements of this. So we're measuring Friedman. We did it once for FARA 6. Are you taking notes, Cynthia? Is that what you're doing? Yeah, I love that. We tried it and it didn't come out. The results were all over the place for Friedman and Malampati. So I threw it out. But maybe there is value if we do it accurately, right? Yes. This measurement, we're talking about measurement error, right? This is what she's talking about. Yes, please. Right. Yeah, because the tongue goes down when they're through the... And if you're nasal breathing, the tongue goes up, which is another reason that reaffirms why tongue mobility, tongue posture is so important. You're right. So in order to get class 1, you have to mouth breathe. You can't get class 1 nasal breathing. You have to mouth breathe to get it. So these are all important considerations. And keep taking notes, Cynthia, because we're going to be talking about this. All right? So the first thing, so in parallel with this study, right, that I'm asking you guys to go out. So my mission to you guys is go out, all right, try different ways of doing this, all right, come up with a protocol that works, all right? And whoever finds a protocol that works, we're gonna have another meeting, and I wanna learn what is that protocol. Be like, the best way to measure lingual palatal suction is this. I get my patient for 2 weeks before, and I have them do these exercises. Then I say this to them. Then I take a picture at this angle, all right? So you got, who said who wants to participate in research, right? This is how you're participating, okay? Each of you in your communities go out and try this. Come up with a protocol that works for you. Once you have it that works for you, case report, right? Share it with a couple colleagues. Say, hey, try this, try this. You have 3 people who've tried the protocol and it works, get me involved. Does that work for you guys? You email me, reach out. That's how we're going to push it forward. Co-authors. Comment? You guys are on board. Yeah. What's that? When you have the protocol? No. So you have an idea, right? So the reason that I'm here and that Howie asked me to come is to help the community do research, right? That's why we're here, to organize the process by which we can do that. And, I can't just stand here and have people give me ideas, right? Because I don't know how to organize it. So I'm coming up with a systematic way of doing that, okay? So I'm not just looking for like case reports, ideas that you have, that's great. But what I'm looking for are things that have been substantiated, at least to the level of a case series that it works, all right? That's when I'm really gonna come in and help you guys take to the next level, because you don't need my statistics help until you've met at least that threshold. So if I take it to the analogy again, all right? This analogy, okay? So, let me see. You need to have like reasonable suspicion or probable cause before they can arrest you, right? So I would like to be involved once you're like at this stage, like retrospective cohort study. That's when we would take your idea and really produce it into a big research project, all right? So if you have an idea, you have a protocol that works, try it out, refine it, see if it works for you in your clinic. What are the inclusion criteria? What are the exclusion criteria? What do you want to consider? Come up with a protocol. Make sure the protocol is comprehensible. If it's like too long and it requires too much energy, you're never going to get it off the ground. Go for the low-hanging fruit, okay? Easy, low-hanging fruit. Your protocol should be like 1 page, like simple, easy, okay? Once you have the protocol, share it with the people around you, the right brains, the neutral brains, the left brains, okay? Refine it and do it again. Refine it and do it again. Once you have something good, let's test that on a grand scale. Let's take it to court beyond a reasonable doubt. Yeah. Question, comment? You guys liking this? You guys finding meaning in this? Yeah. Definitely. The purpose of me explaining this is to kind of like light a thought in your head, okay? And then have you go and discuss it with your group or whoever you're going to work with. And then once you have it refined, come back to me. I'm not telling you that I have the answer, right? I'm giving you the idea of a project that if we have different people, right? Because at the end of this, you'll have a protocol, it'll come to me. They'll have a protocol, I have 3 protocols. And now we take the best of them and have you guys all test it. Is this making sense, what we're trying to do? Yes. I love that. I love that. So did you guys hear her idea? So her idea is that, you want to come up and explain it? Yeah, this will be a good, so all of you guys have potential ideas, right? And my job here is to help you guys refine that idea and take it to the next level. Come up here, Kristen, if you don't mind. Come up here. Okay? So what I'm trying to do is take these eggs of an idea, right? And get it to start moving. The ideas don't move when they're in your head. All right? Once it's at the tadpole with leg stage, that's when we go to the mass stage and do everyone. So go ahead. So listen to the idea. It's not about the idea, okay? It could be any intervention. It could be any concept. I'm trying to teach you the paradigm with which you do research, okay? Go ahead. Tell us your idea in specific.
Okay. One idea. The low-hanging fruit, those patients who you're trying to do an occlusal composite on number 2 or number 15 and you can't keep the tongue out of there, or you're trying to take an impression on number 18 or number 31 or something, and the tongue is just everywhere. It's just, I used to call it the blowfish tongue. You know, the patient looks pretty normal and they open their mouth and just, their tongue just inflates and you're wondering, you know, selfishly, how am I going to get my work done? And then as you learn about, oh my goodness, these are the people that need my help the most. And that's pretty easy to look at. Their huge tongues, the low-hanging fruit, try to help them out maybe first.
I love that.
And then what's the continuum between them and the people who come in and they've got this like flip-top head, their tongue isn't in the way, and all those people in between are tricky. But we can identify them, I think, a lot of times based on how hard is it to do our dentistry around their tongue.
Very, very good. So great observation. Thank you, Dr. Scow, for contributing your idea, okay? So here's how you would take it to the next level, all right? So she's seeing something, right? But you can't just take what you see and start to implement it, right? That's very subjective. It's how she feels. She feels like this. So you have to turn her feeling and sensation and predisposition and turn it into a protocol that you get a newbie, okay, who knows nothing. And that's why a lot of times we use like students and people who are very naive to run our studies, because they don't bring their own bias. If she has you do that, who has a lot of experience, you're going to bring your bias into it. So she would write it up, and then she would have her dental assistants, her freshest, newest dental assistants, come in and use the protocol to grade, and then somebody else would do it to the same patient. And you see, does it add up or not? All right? That's what you want to know. You want a tool that a newbie off the street can use. If it requires all of your skill and experience and expertise, then what you're telling me is that you're using confirmation bias, your own opinions, your thoughts, processes to make the determination rather than the tool. And the tool should be able to stand on its own 2 feet. Does that make sense? Okay, questions, comments? Was that helpful distinction? All right. All right, let's inspire some more research. Let's see. Okay, so protocol for CBCT scans. I'm fortunate to have affiliate centers, and I had 5 of my affiliate centers help me with this, okay? This is newest, hot off the press research that will be published in the next year. So this is exciting because we finally, it took us 3 years to get to this point, all right? That we have a protocol for how to take the CBCT that we think works. I'm interested to hear your thoughts on this. This is your opportunity. CT should be taken in natural head position, horizontal visual access, close your mouth, breathe through the nose. Because when we breathe through the mouth, the tongue changes, right? And then when the tongue posture changes, the airway changes. Place the teeth together. If the teeth are apart, it's gonna interfere with your cross-sectional area measurement. Teeth have to be together. There's 3 dimensions to airway volume, right? AP, front and back, transverse, and vertical, right? And so you have to consider all 3. We've also determined that head position is exquisitely impactful on your measurements. If you tilt your head just a slight bit, it will dramatically affect your CBCT airway measurements, right? When the head is up, the airway's open. When the head is down, the airway's closed. It makes sense. Here's an example of just that. The head goes up. See the huge difference? So we did a study, all right? And in this study, we came up with something called the head-neck angle, right? The head-neck angle is a measurement from the forehead at the nasion, okay, to the basion. My thing doesn't work. So it's nasion to basion to the C3 angle, anterior superior C3 angle, developed by David Hatcher. And don't worry, Chad's going to make you a beautiful figure that you're going to love and you're going to post everywhere. It's coming, okay? So basically, it's an angle. And what the study shows with the p-value of 0.001, right? It's pretty good, right? That as your head and neck angle goes up, your cross-sectional area changes. And a small change of 5 degrees, so if you're 5 degrees up or 5 degrees down, you have a 25% difference in your results. 5 degrees. You do a massage and you change your head 5 degrees. Okay? It's pretty crazy, right? If it's 10 degrees, you're like totally off. Look at 86%, right? And you'll see that the up numbers affect it more, right? Because when you go up, there's almost no limit. The down numbers, you close. It's over. So it's hard to get less than 100%. Like you can only close up to 100%. You can't go more. But you can open more than 100%. Does that make sense in these figures? All right. Other things that we're doing for pilot studies is we're doing it moderate variation, minimal variation, extreme variation. So if they only swallow once and swallow twice, okay, you could be off by 10%. So your cross-sectional area can be off by 10 or 15%, same patient, all right? You do the CT scan. You do the CT scan again right away, 10% difference. You haven't done any vivos, you haven't done any expansion, you've done nothing. And you're 10% different. All right? Is this interesting information to have? All right. This is why it's important to validate our measures before we go and do studies to see if your expansion improved or not. Because the measurement error is at least 10%. That means to have a significant finding, you have to improve the airway by at least 10 or 20%. If you're improving the airway by less than 20%, the CT won't pick it up. It'll fall with an error. You have to be above the measurement error. 10 or 15% measurement error is typical across anything that you do. Even if you have therapists measuring the tongue tie with the TRMR, you will be off by 10 or 15%. Same patient, okay? Same patient, 2 different therapists. And that's considered excellent. All right? That's considered excellent. A lot of the times what we see is 30% agreement between raters. That's not good at all, right? You might as well flip a coin. So those are the kind of areas that we're in because we have to make sure that our ruler measures what we're trying to measure before we go out there. You really don't want to publish a study or do a study if the results aren't going to be consistent. It's like putting all this time and energy to doing a class action lawsuit and taking someone to court and then not having enough evidence for it, right? If you really design the study well together in this process that we're doing, this is what's going to take us from phase 1 to phase 2 to phase 3 of this airway journey, all right? The other interesting thing that I found, but with a p-value of 0.41, all right? So 0.4 means I could be 40% chance I'm wrong, all right? 40% chance I'm wrong when I say this, but I saw a difference between sitting and standing. Okay? Yeah. Pretty big difference from 206 down to 176. When they're sitting, the airway's flattened. The airway's wider. When they're standing, the airway's longer. It's more narrow. Is that incredible or what? What hits you? What's on your mind? Exactly, right? Okay, exactly the point. So I'm pulling away your confidence from these things, and that's important because we're searching for the truth, and we have to research and research and research, and that's the process of science. So we're not ready to draw conclusions. We're not ready to draw conclusions. You have to research and research and research until the p-value is low. Then you can draw conclusions. So the only conclusion we can draw now is that, and these are major like wins, right? Head posture effects, boom, it's a major win. And we came up with one angle that you can use to control that. But if you did it sitting, you should record. CT was done sitting. CT was done standing. CT was done nasal. You have to record the protocol. Yes. Totally different. A supine is completely different from a sitting. Completely different. So, and it also alters the head posture, and it's less reliable to have someone in supine position than sitting position. There's more variation possible supine. And it doesn't matter what, these are just, you can just correlate it. So the actual truth of the cross-sectional area doesn't matter as much as in that position, in that moment. You're not trying to find out what is the person's cross-sectional area forever. It's always changing, right? Everything I do, it's always changing. So it's a dynamic thing. But when you take a snapshot, you're expecting it to be in a stable situation very similar. Yeah, but supine and sitting, totally different. Completely different. Yes, other comments? Is this interesting? You guys glad you came today? Yeah? Good. Yes, comment. Totally get it. Totally get. I know I threw a wrench, okay? I knew I threw a wrench. This is the protocol that's been validated, okay? Sitting, standing, we don't know yet. We don't know yet. But we know that if it's sitting, it should be done sitting. If it's standing, it should be done standing. And sitting and standing are not comparable. 41% chance I'm wrong, though. All right, so take it for what it is. It's just an observation. Don't go drawing conclusions yet. Yes. This is our protocol at Breathe Institute and for our affiliate centers. Is that what you asked? I can't hear you, if you don't mind, chin. Yeah, you can bring the chin rest to you, but if you reach for the chin rest, but what happened in our study was the chin rest tucked it down. You see that? So you put the chin rest there, and it pushes it down, and we got smaller. This is good. I see light bulbs going on, and I know you guys use CBCT. It's like gold standard, right? But you got to know what you're working with and the limitations of it. And if you know the limitations of your tool, you'll be much more successful at interpreting the results, right? All tools have limitations. You have to recognize the limitation and don't pretend that this is it. You have to look at the CBCT. You have to look inside the mouth. You have to measure. You have to look at their sleep study. You have to look at the head neck angle, SNA, SNB. You have to look at a lot of things. And if it's all leading to the one direction, then you can make an informed opinion, okay? So let me go back to that slide. All right, so an informed opinion, you have all the dots there. And as the dots start pointing to a direction, that's when you can make an informed opinion. Otherwise, you're just gonna get lost, right? You can't just use one sign. You have to use multiple signs to help you on that pathway to truth. Yes, questions, comments? There's limitations, and they're growing and they're changing. But we're working on it, and I'm telling you, like, don't get stuck on the questions are great. The questions is what we want you guys to talk about in your circles and come up with protocols that we can then test. But every tool is going to be limited, even sleep studies. Sleep studies are going to be off 15 to 20% night to night. The AHI number you have can vary widely night to night. So you're not married to my cross-sectional area as this. Does that make sense? There are some things like intermolar width that works well. So the ones that work well, you can put more weight into. The ones that are reproducible and reliable. Are you guys with us? Okay? And we'll get it. Just like we got the Ferris 6. We did it once before, right? So we can do this. Who here thinks we can do this? Yeah? Woo! We can do this. We got this. We got this. All right. So what's our vision moving forward, right? What do we have coming up in the pipeline? The first one is we're gonna push forward on tongue-tie compensation with the floor of mouth hold maneuver, all right? We've done various iterations of this. I think Sanda and Sarah had a great lecture on what we're doing in our research, so thank you for your contributions. How much time did you spend on? More than time could say, huh? A lot of time, right? How many hours went into the phase that you're at? 10 therapists for how many hours? At least 50. Yeah, like 2,000 hours, right? Okay, on data, they got thrown away, okay? And but it was invested in refining it. Not that it got thrown away. Exactly right. Absolutely. And you have to go through this process in your communities. So when you see that we got one study in 100 people, you got to realize that there was like thousands of things before that we didn't publish. Yes. Absolutely. Beautifully said. Yes. Beautiful. Well said. Round of applause for all the researchers behind the scenes, right? It's all you guys behind the scenes. So what we're finding does work is holding the floor of mouth down, okay? We're going to be leading to application in a couple of years. Who's tried this before, the floor of mouth hold? What are your guys' thoughts on it? Works well? Yeah, it works well, right? Yeah. So this is the one, there was other ways that we tried, but this is the one that's kind of holding the test of time, okay? And what you do in this is you hold the floor of mouth down right on the sublingual caruncles, then you have them lifted up, and as they're lifting up, you're asking 3 questions. Number 1, do you see a dimple on the surface of the tongue? Do you feel tension in that area? And are you contributing to fasciculations? And in this case, she has all 3. So you can see that she has got the dimple, you can feel the tension, and it's causing restrictions to tongue mobility. All right? So this is how we're kind of evolving our grading scales. Here's a figure from Chad. To identify compensation, use your gloved finger. Apply firm but gentle pressure to the floor of mouth underneath the tongue at the sublingual caruncle. Ask the patient to try and lift up the tongue. And while you're doing that, look for floor of mouth elevation, straighten the face, feel the freedom for tension, repeat steps 5 to 7 with and without to make your determination, all right? So just like we talked about Kristen's way of doing it, or you guys are gonna come up with another tool that you're gonna use for the palatal suction, what I want you guys to do is come with a protocol like this. You see how it's like a 1-page protocol? Or like the CT protocol, right? Boom, right? Come up with protocols that you think work, and once you have it, then we'll test it on our patients, because we're finding that this one works. So here's an individual I show, Jeremy Montrose. He's got the tongue tie. We do the compensation maneuver, and we're able to see so much more. Okay, here he was before the release, tongue down to tongue up, right? Just like we see in our figures. Another area of great interest to me, and that I see, I also look online to see what patients are saying, where the area is, what you guys are saying on Facebook, is the role of the fascia system, right? So we say that the tongue is connected to the toes, right? And who here has seen patients who've improved in chest and things deep front line? Who's seen this, right? Okay, so we have an excellent case series. But now we have to take it to the next level. And in order to take it to the next level, we have to have objective measures for how we're going to determine that tension. And the way we develop these ideas is by communication and thoughts and talking to experts. And Brad and Cynthia have proposed something that I'm going to float out to you guys in just a second. But go ahead. Oh, heels for sure will change it. That's a really good one. Okay? So flat feet, that's a really good one. I didn't think about, and that's why we need. What's that? If you're standing, I do it sitting because I feel like you don't have that variable. I do sitting because you don't have that variable. Okay? But that's right. What kind of shoes you wear? I think standing, you have a lot more. But there is, isn't there? Isn't there? Yeah. Oh, no, I believe you. No, I 1,000% believe you. Your head necking will be totally different if you come one day with high heels and the other way. For sure, for sure. Your pelvic tilt gets involved in it, right? Yeah. So we're seeing limitations for sure. Yeah, if you're slouching versus not. So we say natural head position and a sitting position. Natural head position. So just wherever you're at. And if, yeah, there's limitations to it, okay? But if the airway changes are dramatically more than the 25%, then it's still persuasive and it's still going to be significant. So let's talk about deep front line of fascia, all right? And, feeling for tension. So the idea is that if you have like a tight tongue tie, Brad told me that he's seen some patients who have these tight tongue ties and cannot extend their big toe. All right? So what we're going to be introducing, and another idea I have for you guys are trying it? All right. So everyone wants to know, can you reach your toe up or not, right? So what I've been charged to do over the past few years is get the body involved, right? So we got tongue tie and tongue tone, myofunctional, woo, win, right? Woohoo, right? We're getting the tongue space message out there, right? How are we going to get the body work? Like, how are we going to get that? We want to do a study that incorporates the body work. And perhaps the best way to do that is to start at the two extremes, the head and the toe, right? And to show that they're related. Because if you can show that those two are related, then it follows that everything in between is connected too. Yeah. What do you guys think about this project? So I just want to hear like, hey, don't wear high heels, or like I don't think about these things. And someone else mentioned another comment before. What do you guys think about toe extension, toe flexion? Yeah. Yeah, please. Come educate us, Cynthia. Do you mind? Do you know about this? So come tell us about that. Yeah. Yeah. So she's going to tell us a few different things, okay, that she thinks are helpful. When I'm listening to this, right, strip your emotions, all right? It's not about how you feel. It's not about what you think, all right? Is that objective or subjective? That's subjective, okay? I'm going to interpret. I'm telling you this. I'm also trying to teach you the process, right? I'm going to assess this in one of two ways. Number one, does what she says make sense? Okay? Probably it's going to be yes. Cynthia Peterson, like she knows what she's talking about, okay? Number two, is it going to be feasible to do? Okay? If you're asking me to do something that requires me to get close to their groin and things like that, all right? Like, she can say it, but I'm telling you what I'm thinking, right? And then the third thing is can I get a medical student assistant to do what she's saying in a reproducible fashion? And that's what you need, right? What's on your mind, Jennifer? You're skeptical. Okay. Okay. So the way it starts in research is you start open. You don't start judging the idea right away, right? You just listen to it, even if she says go all the way up the groin and do this and that, okay? Just listen to the idea, absorb it, and then we'll refine it to something that's practical for the clinic setting, right? Are you guys excited to contribute to this? Yeah? Round of applause for Cynthia. Here we go. Welcome. All right, go ahead.
All right. What a wonderful opportunity to be here with you all. Love Sarush, love the energy in this room. And the whole body's connected. And first of all, please, we love body professional instead of body worker. Like you're not a tooth worker. Okay? But the whole body's connected, and absolutely there's tension through the whole body. The tongue is the tip of the iceberg, right? It's just what we see. And so when we were discussing, actually toe extension did not come up, but that's very intriguing. I wonder what's in the literature. Okay. He did. Brad did. And Brad left. And okay. So when we were looking, the only thing, you have to take their shoes off. I mean, you might not go in the private parts, but hey, I don't know. Some people's shoes, it gets messy. But there is a validated, like straight leg raise test, neural tension. So that would be something that maybe we could consider doing a straight leg raise. It would be easy to do in a dental chair, right? It would be easy to do in several situations, and there's a lot of literature for it. So that was one of the tests.
Fantastic. So great, super. Yeah, tell us how you do that.
Okay, well, Sarush, lay down.
Let's pick someone else. Pick someone else.
Renata, okay.
This side?
Yes, that's perfect. Yep. Okay. And basically, you would lift their leg. And you see where then they get tension. Like right here, she's got tension. So then the difficulty would be calculating, so as physical therapists, we're taught how to calculate that angle, right? Okay. And then you would compare both sides. So pretty simple, clean and easy. You don't even have to take their shoes off.
Very good. Very good. Thanks so much. Other ideas? Lenore, you had ideas to discuss?
Okay, so for toe
Yeah. Got it. Fantastic. So let me tell you, and thank you guys so much, okay? So let me tell you some things in between research and clinical practice, right? Clinical practice, those things work really well. They're telling us it's been validated, it works well. But clinical practice requires subjectivity, okay? In research, it has to be done by somebody who's completely ignorant. It has to require no experience whatsoever. If the maneuver requires high levels of experience, then it loses objectivity, it's more subjective, all right? If it can be something that the patient, you're not even touching them, it's a sheet of paper, try to lift your toe. How painful is it to lift your toe? Or can you do it? Easy, hard, yes, no? That's gonna be much more reliable and much more useful as a research tool. And then the idea would be that if they have trouble, then they go for an in-depth evaluation. These are meant to be screening and research, quick, reliable tools. Yeah. So it has to be a question that you ask an audience. So let's just do a poll here, okay? So how would you even do it? Yeah, I don't even know how to ask the question. What's the simplest, easiest way to lift up their toe? Yeah. Uh-huh. So you can't intervene with the way, you can't, that biases the data. You can't do that. You can't, it's just, you can't get in there, and that's the problem when you have too much experience, right? That works, okay? So can everyone do this, if you guys don't mind, right? Take off your shoe. What do you want, Cynthia, standing or sitting? Let's do both. Let's do both, okay? So if you guys don't mind, take off your shoes, okay? Try to raise your big toe. What's the instruction, Cynthia?
So with the foot on the ground, lift the big toe as far as you can.
Okay.
Just the big toe.
Oh, not all of them? 'Cause
So is this full toe extension? Okay, then I'd say lift all the toe.
do both sides. You could. Give me some feedback from you guys. Just try it. Listen, try it in different ways. Let's do this. Let's take a little minute. Let's do breakout groups, okay? Let's do this. Let's do this. Every one of your groups, take 2 minutes. First, try it out yourself, okay? Try out just the front of the toe, just the back of the toe. Just try to figure out what works, okay? All right, just by yourselves. Does anyone have difficulty doing this anyway? Okay, so, people have a few difficulties, okay? So the people who has difficulties, okay, who does it really easily? Do you guys mind volunteering? Okay, so let's get 3 people, if you guys don't mind, who do it very easily, and 3 people who have a very big difficulty, okay? Now, is this a cohort study, case control? What is this study? So can you guys lift your toes or not? Are you the yes group or the no group?
Yes.
Easy? Easy? Where's hard?
I mean,
Hard? Come on up. All right. Yeah.
but it's just, I can't do just that.
We don't know yet.
No, I can't do just
But if you want to come up, you can come up.
Hold on, I'm moving.
Yeah.
I can't do just one. I can't do just my toe at all. I can't do just the toe. No. I'm moving.
Wow. Okay, so you guys can get just the toe. Wow, look at that. Okay.
That's crazy.
I'm hyper flexible though.
Okay.
Ask who's been tongue tied.
What-
Ask who's been released.
What's that? What's that?
If
Ask
we've
who's
been
been released.
released, we can go more.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm a grade 4.
We don't want to jump the research too quickly, draw misconclusions. Yeah. So, all right.
Can you do it all of them?
No, they all come back. Like I can't.
Yeah,
like
that's
it's
what
like
I'm saying.
on my right one a little bit. What's that?
All right. So the first question I have for you guys, okay?
Hold on. That was weird.
That's another thing.
All right.
Right? Yes, I do. I know of a posterior.
Is this up here? What kind of study is this here?
It crazy study because I was just.
We have people who can do it, people who can't. We're dividing them based on the X variable, the Y variable, based on the predictor or based on the outcome?
Look, it took me a minute.
Based on the outcome. So what kind of study is this? It's a case control study. It's a cross-sectional.
It's a bad one.
No, it's not bad.
Oh, okay.
That's where you start. You have to start here.
I don't want to go.
You can't randomize people into a maneuver. You have to. Case studies one. Case series is a few people. Case controls when you compare. It's not that it's bad. You have to start here. When your studies are more subjective, when you don't have an idea, you can't do a randomized control trial. You can't. You have to start more on the lower levels. Does that make sense? They're not lower, they're just more subjective. Are you guys with me? So this is a case control study. So come Cynthia and help me out, figure out what you want to tell them to do, and give me your thoughts. The ones who can do it. Let's start with you. So tell me what's like the easiest or your, just subjective. Tell me, like, what are you doing? What are the instructions? What are you?
Well, I've had previous pelvic floor therapy, which involves doing stuff like this.
I mean, there was a.
You guys have practiced.
Are you familiar with the study that came out recently on
I'm not.
pelvic floor? So, my neighbor is actually a yoga instructor with pelvic floor training, and she does fertility, like yoga for fertility for people. And our worlds, we've lived together, or not together, but next door to each other for 12 years. And, you know, I talk a little bit about what I do, she talks a little bit about what she does, and we're both slightly interested. And all of a sudden, our worlds are just like in the last couple of years exploding, and we're like, oh my gosh, did you hear this? And we're talking about the same people. And she's like, do you know who James Nestor is? And all these people, I'm like, oh my gosh, these are names I'm hearing. And it's just mind-boggling. So I guess that's just I do not know, but I know that she said there was a study, it came out, and I have no idea what, so don't take that as like science.
Tell us about your toes and what you're
Okay,
doing.
so I can lift them all, I'm just putting all the pressure on my feet.
Okay, great.
And,
You can do it. What do you?
I can, but I also
so that's a good.
have,
Without leaning, so some are shifting their weight to the back, so you have to say you're very
So you have to have your weight going forward when you're doing this, or going back?
But then I can use
so
them all.
I feel like you have to have your core engaged to.
Interesting.
I'm also in physical therapy all the time.
Okay.
So I'm.
So let's hear from the ones who can't. Any last comments?
I can't do all my toes like they can down.
So that's a different variation. So we're learning how the case control studies giving us, right, we have to do this and make observations and talk to people. So we have to start subjective. And then those who can't, what are your thoughts? You just can't.
I can't do it.
You just can't do it.
It's very hard. I mean,
Very hard, yeah. Okay. Terrific, terrific. So again, we're not. So she's. Okay, so making sure, so there's going to be variations, yeah. So what I would have you guys do is go to your community. Thank you guys so much for participating here, okay? All right. Is there anyone who's actually interested in spearheading this project? This project is important to me. Anyone who has interest? Who wants to take over this project? You do? Okay, anyone else? Okay, fantastic. Anyone else? Okay, so look at each other, raise your hands. Okay, who wants to participate in this toe raising project? Who wants to be one of the research investigators for this? Yeah. No. So all you're doing is you're going to your communities, you're trying it out, and then having a meeting about it. With people who are here, yeah. So raise your hands. So take a look. So someone take a look, okay? So you guys will all connect to each other. You guys are the group, okay? So here's what you guys are gonna do, all right? You guys got it? So this is for next year. We're doing the research live, all right? So what you're gonna do is you're gonna lead your circle, all right? The people around you at your table, all right? Sanjalis, you're gonna lead your circle, you're gonna lead your circle, and it could be people who are here or people you have at home or whatever it is, okay? And you're gonna kind of experiment. The kind of things that we've learned is that, hey, let's see if you're able to lift your foot versus all of them. And when you do it, do you sway? Are you putting your body back? Should you do it up against a wall? Should you do it sitting versus standing? All right? And I want you guys in independent groups to go and explore this with your own circles. All right? Then we'll coordinate a session where you guys all come on and each of you say what you did. We'll host this, okay? It'll be on Zoom, all right? Maybe in like 3 to 6 months from now. And we'll have the community come together through AAPMD on a Tuesday or whenever you guys want. And you'll give me your thoughts. You'll say, hey, this is the protocol that we did. This is the protocol that we did. Here are some videos. Here's some observations that we made. And then we'll leave that session with some consensus points. And we'll type up a protocol. And then we'll have solved this problem. How about that? Huh? Round of applause, right? Those are important things. See what works. Yeah. And what you want to do is define black and white. Don't worry about gray. Okay? For the first stage, this is black. And don't be too picky. But you didn't lift all the feet, okay? You go for the 68 shades of gray. All right? You don't need to be 95. So what Lenore is talking about is getting like really, really make sure, right? But you're cheating, but you're not. So what I'm saying is, for this first round, right? Be generous for your black and white. Be generous. You guys following what that means? So if they sort of do it, give them credit. Put them in the guilty column. All right? And then as we get better, we'll be able to hone in and get in all those details. But whatever we do, I want about 50% of people to be gray, 25 to be able to do it, and 25 to not be able to do it. All right? If everyone can't do it, it's maybe not that distinguishing.
I couldn't do it at all. When I got there, I thought it was easy, but then I realized it was just a big toe. So I moved to the no section, and I kept practicing, and eventually...
And then you got it. So the practice plays a role too. So we'll do it the best. So you have like 3 chances. And yes? It's a lot like waking up the tongue when no one can get anything. Right. All of a sudden, when they get it... Right. They get it, yeah. So there has to be like a protocol, like first, hey, wiggle your feet up, shake your hips out, raise your hands up, now try to get your toe up. Some little protocol that you see works and that can clearly distinguish people so that we can do a case control study on it. Hey, here's some people who do it, here's people who don't. Not that it's so strict that there's only one person in the universe. If there's only one person in the universe, then it's not really applicable to the general population, right? What's that? I want to know, can you lift all the toes? And then if you can't lift any of the toes, then that's exclusion criteria. Okay? And then first, lift all the toes. Once you have all the toes, can you only lift the thing? And you're being generous, okay? They swayed, you give them credit for it, okay? And if they can't, they can't. You're being very, like 68% gray area, not 95, 68% confidence. Be very gray. Be gray. Okay? Give credit. Be easy. Don't be too analytical at this stage. Find out and tell me. Find out and tell me. Yeah, I'd be very interested. That's a good one. That's a good one. All right? So looks like we made a lot of progress today. Let me see. I think I had a couple more. Oh, another one. So that's one project that's of great interest to me. Another one is pediatric sleep studies, limitations, okay? And, it's impossible to get a kid to go to the lab. And even when you do, the studies show that it's only looking for sleep apnea. It's not looking for mouth breathing, snoring. So what we've been talking about is using questionnaires, okay? This is a great one by Sharon Moore. I know she wanted to make a contribution. And Sharon, if you're listening, did she do it or? Journey virtually, okay. I'm sorry I didn't reply to your email, but we got through to you one way, and I will. All right. So Sharon Moore will be coming to talk to us. And the other thing I want to know is, go ahead. Lauren's going to talk about this project too, yep. video camera sleep screening, okay? So the tools we need to develop have to be easy, okay? They can't be super complex. A parent who's not sleeping well, who doesn't understand things too well about research, has to be able to execute this, yeah. Are we good on time, Howie, or 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes? 5 minutes, all right. All right, so the other thing that I want to talk to you guys about is coming up with protocols for taping kids at night. Maybe you guys heard me, videoing kids at night, right? When do you do it? What time of day? Is it 1 hour into sleep? Is it 2 hours into sleep? 3 hours? What's the protocol? What are the instructions that we're gonna give our parents, right? So I would love it if you guys could come up with protocols, test them, and then let's have another meeting as an item agenda, all right? Who is here is interested in exploring this? Who wants to be leaders? Okay, we have some leaders here, fantastic, leaders there. Raise your hand high so everyone else can see. Okay, so thank you for volunteering. What you guys will be doing is you guys will be going to your community, your circle, and coming up with a protocol that you think works, testing it, getting feedback from the parents and coming back. You get best credit for things that are easy, all right? You don't get credit for increased complexity. We don't want it to be complex. We want it to be easy, free, cheap, like easy instructions, like simple, clear cut to the point, and we want to be generous in the way that we do it, all right? So I hope that this lecture, has it helped kind of help with you with the research puzzle and how that fits into the bigger picture of things, okay? The research process can be super confusing, but if we only take it one step at a time, we'll be able to make a huge contribution in terms of taking things to the next level, preponderance, clear and convincing, beyond a reasonable doubt, and I hope you can see that we simply cannot do this without you. And that is why we want you to help us advance airway research. Thank you guys so much for participating today.
We could always do more, but we have lunch outside, it's here, and we have some really great things to do after lunch. So please go out, get your lunch, come back, and we'll continue while you're eating lunch. And the sooner we get all this done, then the sooner we can go out. But we have great stuff. Go have your lunch. It's outside. Line up and come back in. Just a few more things. Let's pay attention, everybody. So the next thing we're going to do, we have some awards because some people have done such incredible work, given so much of their time and effort. So we're going to celebrate them. Our first award is going to be to Brad Gilden, who had to leave. So I'm going to ask Cynthia Peterson to come up here and accept the award.
Lenore, you're part of the committee.
You're
part of the physical therapy chapter. Thanks, Lenore. It's like the Emmys where you accept the award on behalf of your band. Yes.
Okay, so we have the AAPMD Award for Exceptional Service presented to Brad Gilden for building of bridges between the physical therapy community and the airway community. Who's taking pictures? Okay, come on.
You want to share a little bit about your chapter and your committee, Lenore? Because I know you're part.
Yes, sure.
Go ahead.
I'll accept this on Brad's behalf, and I think what he would say here is that as a physical therapist, we ask a lot of questions as well. We want to bridge the gap. I think one of the things that I've thought about in all of this is if you're in Los Angeles, you can get by really well speaking Spanglish. And we're speaking Spanglish to each other here, which is, we can do that like we are in Los Angeles. But take your Spanglish and go down to some small remote tribe in Africa, for example, it's not going to work there. And that's the rest of our community that we need to distribute all this knowledge. And I want to say that even though we're a small group of physical therapists who are just starting a PT track in this area, that we need to tell you that if you know a physical therapist and you've heard of a physical therapist in your community and you want to work with them, call them and say, you know what, I know about these PTs that are starting this track in the AAPMD. They're airway focused. Would you be willing to talk to them about what they do or what they're hopefully bringing up in this whole community to start the conversation between us? Let us help you make that connection so that you're not speaking Spanglish in Africa, that you're speaking Spanglish in LA, and so we can have that dialogue.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll share all that. Thanks, Lenore.
So one of the other sections we created for the AAPMD is, when we create them, they created themselves and we brought them in under our umbrella. And it was all started by the incredible hard work and effort of Lauren Ballinger. So Lauren, if you'll come on up here.
And introduce Endeavor.
On your acceptance speech for our.
No, this is, I'm like, thank you.
Come on over here. So this is the AAPMD Exceptional Service Award presented to Lauren Ballinger for contributions in the creation of Endeavor to serve children of all communities.
Well, this is really a surprise. Yes. Thank you.
Hug it out. Hug it out.
Thank you.
Tell us a little bit more about Endeavor.
And tell us a little bit about Endeavor.
Okay.
A little bit.
A little bit. I'll try. I know, I'll try. I'm getting better. Well, about a year and a half ago around COVID, we started realizing for adults a lot of the comorbidities that we were seeing with patients that were having more trouble with COVID looked very similar to the comorbidities that we know go with sleep and breathing disorders. And the public awareness of just breathing in general. And I think initially it was Kevin Boyd and I had a aha moment together, and we called ourselves that this might be a good time to get some of the messaging out because people are understanding. And then we combine that with every sleep breathing course we've gone to, whether it's physical therapy, dental, myo, The earlier you address either structural or functional or behavioral compensations, the easier it is, the less complicated it can be. And that there really wasn't a great space yet that focused on children, and the primary dentition are under 72 months from birth to that, and hopefully we'll get to pre-birth. So that's really where we're focusing in terms of gaining awareness, where we believe a lot of us have said the parents are going to drive the future, not trying to convince our colleagues to believe what we believe, but to try to have the intuition of the parents really drive this. But to also move it further so it's not just theory, but we can actually treat, we can start training people to meet the demand that to provide the supply for the demand that's going to come. So one of my goals is to also get an army of, because I'm a dentist, it doesn't have to be pediatric dentists. It really should, and more likely will be family dentists who like to treat children. And so what does that look like? How do you start working with a child, and what are some of the techniques we can move it from, so when, I'm interested, you can bring it home and you can start doing it yourself, because we just can't do it all. And we need all of you to contribute to that too with young children.
Do you want to talk about the webinars and how folks can learn more?
Yeah, so we, believe it or not, have been meeting almost every Monday night for the year and a half, which is incredible because there's some coming in from Australia, all over time zones, and it's really been a meeting that we probably haven't missed more than 2 or 3 for 18 months. A lot of people ask, can I join the endeavor? And this is such a cheesy answer, but you guys are the endeavor. The only thing that we are doing is it's so much in its infancy in terms of trying to create our mission, vision, statement, so we can, really hone it down and get a scaffold where, similar to what you guys are doing, the Breathe Out, look, how can we get more people? But we have to have a very clear, defined message of what it is that we want to accomplish. So that's what we're working on. But in order to get information, once every, is it the third Monday?
The second Monday.
Second Monday.
Of every.
Yeah.
Second Monday of every month is a Pediatric Endeavor webinar.
Right.
We're averaging about almost 300 people on every Monday night. And they're not only dentists, they're physical therapists.
Everybody. Right. And we're really trying to not be like, oh, this is my case, this is what I did. Really try to have it be interactive. So it's not one of us just sitting there lecturing. And we're working on our platform to get it more question. I think you've done a really good job about that. So with hers, it's a great model. So that's what we're working on. More is coming. We're just little baby infants. Actually, we're in utero. We're in utero. And as soon as we're born, we're going to invite everybody to our baby shower. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So we have different sections that are working on doing things separately, but they're all basically connected. So one of the other sections that Laylee helped come up with was AAPMD liaisons. So we're going to present awards to somebody, an exceptional liaison, and we're calling this award the Suresh Zaghi Award. So Suresh, you have to come up and present it. It's very hard to single out who we should present this first award to. So we're going to present it to Loria Nahadas. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you.
So it's a real privilege to have Loria as a friend and colleague and future affiliate of the Breathe Institute. But the reason that I wanted to give her the award is because, and this award is for the application of evidence-based protocols to the community, okay? So we can come out here and I bleed my eyes out, okay? Looking at these slides, trying to do the research, okay? Like putting it out there, getting a lot of criticism, getting a lot of heat from different people. And when we finally make a protocol, we look to you guys in the community to apply those protocols. And she's really epitomized that. And the way that she's epitomized it is in the form of helping kids clear their noses and establish nasal breathing. All right? A round of applause for that, okay? Low-hanging fruit, but that's what we need. We just need to take it one step at a time. So she's made excellent videos and demonstrations, but she also incorporates it into her practice as a dentist. She teaches every kid to clean their nose, seal their lips, and works through with them. And then, Dr. Potts, will you tell us, yours is a patient. Will you stand up and tell me what you told me? Amazing. Right. So what we say is that breathing is the beginning, and it's incredible that your initiative and your drive to really push this and take this to the next level is worthy of the Zaghi Award for application of evidence-based protocol to the community.
Thank you
Any words?
much. Any words? I'm speechless. I am so humbled. Thank you very much. I'm just honored to be here and to be a part of this. I feel like we're doing the right thing, and I'm all about doing what's right and helping others. And when I learned about breathing the nose and seeing the change in my daughter, I feel like it's my job as a pediatric dentist that everybody should know this. All parents should know this. It's so simple. And I mean, it's just nasal breathing is the foundation for everything. And learning, to apply it, and everyone can do it. And it doesn't matter what socioeconomic status you are, anyone can do it, and it's just, really truly makes a change. So.
Who was at the Endeavor lecture? Show of hands, anyone? What was awesome about Gloria's presentation is she showed her daughter, and then she showed all of her daughter's friends who then came and got treatment, and that's what it is. You plant a seed, and then it trickles down to the community. So thank you for all that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get a picture?
We got. And any of the liaisons who are here, we have shirts.
Gloria, stay here. Do you want, should we invite
Huh?
liaisons now or after?
Well, any liaisons who are here, and Suresh, you'll stay. Please stand up. Any liaisons who are here?
There's plenty of you in the room, and there's about 200 liaisons who basically have volunteered their time to spread the good word of all that we're doing here. And we have about 50 that are always active on calls, so a lot of people who are virtually joining us and are not here. But Howie and Patty made shirts for all of you, so at the end we're going to invite all of you to come up, bring your shirts, and take a group photo as well. But we have a few more awards for...
Should we ask about would-be liaisons?
We could talk about that when we bring them up, huh? What do you think? Or in terms of just... Okay, so if anybody is interested...
If anybody wants to volunteer and be a liaison, or wants a shirt, and then wants to volunteer, think about it, and then we'll call you up at the end. A couple more awards. We have a couple more awards. Two of them we named after a most wonderful person, Alicia Pasquet, who couldn't be with us. She's battling, she has some health challenges. And so we're going to present one of them now. And this award is going to go to Sarah Hornsby. And I'm going to let two of you do it.
Sure. For anybody who knows Sarah, and how many Mayo Mentor grads in the room? That's exactly. So we'll read, Dr. Z, why don't you read the title of the...
All right, this is the AAPMD Alicia Pasquet Award presented to Sarah Hornsby for selfless and tireless devotion to inspiring the community. And so let me tell you that Alicia is an incredible dental hygienist and speech therapist. But what she loved to do the most is to teach. I remember that when I first started coming into this field, I learned a lot through her and because of her, and I was really inspired by the amount of evidence that there was, and she presented it in a very easy and digestible way. Who here has an opportunity to learn from Alicia Pasquet? Amazing, amazing. But as we move forward, we need more educators in the space, and I'm really fortunate to have Sarah to be one of those educators that takes complex ideas and concepts and make them very simple, okay? Like I said, personally, I'm very left-brained. I can get really off to one way, but when you have an educator who can boil it down, who can make it simple and easy,
That's how we can make it accessible to you guys so that we can take it on to the community. So thank you so much for your tireless devotion to educating people and making it accessible.
Thank you. I wasn't expecting that at all. You guys totally surprised me. All right. Oh, yeah, thank you guys. I mean, I love Lecha. She's been an inspiration to me, and I've learned a ton from her as well. And yeah, you guys totally surprised me. So I'm like, oh, I'm not getting an award.
Beyond just being a great educator, she's a connector and a community builder, and I think we could see that from all the Myo Mentor grads who are here and her spreading the word way before she was even a liaison. So she's actively on our liaison calls, encouraging more and more folks. Lenore, you're going to be coming up on stage as well, representing all the physical therapists and body work professionals, not body workers, okay, who are doing the same thing. And it's bringing community to events like this. And Greg Johnson, who's a phenomenal physical therapist, said it, and I know some of you heard me say this yesterday. He came to Howie the first night and thanked him and said, thank you for creating a space where physical therapists, occupational therapists, dental hygienists, speech therapists can be in room with doctors, and we're all there on the same level learning from one another. And I think that's beautiful, and that's what we're here to celebrate. So thank you, Sarah, for always supporting the community.
You done?
I'm done.
So I want somebody to do me a favor and take the camera from Chad so he can take a picture, and I want Chad for you to come up here. I have an award here, which Laylee said I should name an award after myself. So I created the Dr. Howard Hinden Award, presented to Laylee, Narush Knutson, and Chad Knutson for outstanding contributions to create an airway community for practitioners and the public. We would not be here without them, and I want. When I asked Sarush to be on the board, he said, "You don't want me, you want them." It shows how smart he is. So I'm going to let you present my award to them.
Yeah, somebody say some few words. Yeah, I can't believe it. It's been maybe six, 7 years that we've been together, working here at the Breathe Institute. I'll give you guys a little bit of background from my perspective. When I went on to fellowship and I came back, I got a job at UCLA with the condition that I just walk the fine line, okay? I talk the guidelines. I don't try to do these dentistry things, these tongue tie stuff. Just they want me to just go And I just got back from fellowship. Dr. Guillaume Minot lit my candle, and I was burning, and I wanted to do all these great things, and I wanted to really get out there, but I didn't have the opportunity. And it's not until I accidentally, fortunately, met Laylee through Sonda. So I came to a conference, I gave my card out, and Laylee picked up the phone. And just hearing the way that she spoke and the way that she was so committed, and she's been trying to do this for so long, I saw an amazing opportunity. And I'm so incredibly grateful for everything that you guys have done for the Breathe Institute, for our community as a whole. Just a round of applause if you've been affected positively by Laylee and Chad. Amazing. And so it's so wonderful that a community like the AAPMD recognizes not only healthcare professionals, but also leaders and community members who step up and do the hard work that it requires from both sides of the brain. So Laylee just told me she's 50-50 right brain, left brain. How amazing. How amazing. Yeah. So this is just the beginning, but how awesome, how incredible. Congratulations to you guys both, and love you guys so much.
Love you so much.
I didn't realize that when I was getting one person, I was actually getting
It's a twofer.
I guess
Chad doesn't speak often, so go for it, Chad.
It's true. I don't really.
She doesn't give him time.
It's just been such an honor being a part of this community as a non-clinician. And I was just talking to Howie last night about how exciting this community is, specifically because it seems to be a place where everyone has come in alignment with that methodology, that philosophy of place me in the company of those who seek truth, but deliver me from those who claim to have found it. And I think that really resonates with this community, and it resonates with me, and so it's such an honor to be a part of this, and couldn't be more grateful, Howie.
Thank you. And honestly, Dr. Zaghi, for those of you who've taken a course with him, he chairs a chapter he wrote in 2015, which is where I think the universe aligned all of us to connect. And he talked about how success really comes from a collective, a brain trust of folks that are from different disciplines, community leaders, researchers, doctors. And that's what I admire most, not only about you, Dr. Zaghi, but with you too, Howie, Dr. Hinden, is the openness to hear from others, to welcome others to the table. I think I'm the only community member on the board that's not clinical. No, actually Ben as well, probably. But
you're special.
Thank you, Howie. But that's that welcoming embrace to basically say, we'd like to hear your voice, and I want everybody in the room to know that our role is to really echo the needs of all of you in the room so that your teams, your front office, back office can best support all of you to create the space to guide this research, to listen to your patients and not run from one op to another, being busy and saying, I wish I could do this, but I just don't have time. That's the goal and hope that we have, is to bring you all the community and the support so you have the time to do the brilliant work that's needed to take this field to the next level. So thank you, what an honor, thank you. You picked a good person if it wasn't Chad to take photos. Thanks, Renata.
We have one more, and we're building new sections, and I was talking to Pat McBride, and she said, we need a social justice section. So I said, great, you're head of that section. And she's building out that section because if airway is so important and it makes such a difference, nobody should be denied access to care, and we have to find a way to get that done. So one of our other sections is my functional therapy section, and Nicole is our head section leader, so come on. But Nicole, you're much more than just the leader of that section. You do so much. I can only give you one award this year, but it could be many. But this is the second Lisa Pasquet Award, presented to Nicole Archambault for creative and inspirational efforts to inspiring community. And we are so happy to have you section leader. You contribute so much. You also bring people together. You're the one person in the whole myofunctional community that everybody gets along with. And it's true. It's true. Do the honors.
Can we say some words? Yeah. All right. So, yeah, it's right here. Yeah. I have had the pleasure of knowing Nicole for quite some time. You know, when I got to town and I was on my 2 feet, Nicole was one of the first to actually approach me. She said, hey, welcome to the community. I heard you just graduated from fellowship. I'd like to meet you, and I'd like to introduce you to some of my colleagues. And she really opened that collaborative door, and she introduced me to this community, and she made me feel like this was a place where I belonged. And since that time, it's incredible to see how many friends we've made and how far we've taken it. And really, it starts with that first just touch, just reaching out your hand and making that connection. And Nicole is incredibly gifted at making that connection, understanding the boundaries between emotions, opinions, and facts, and navigating that in a very artful way that leaves everyone feeling loved and included. So it's with that we're honored to present to you the AAPMD Licha Pasquet Award for creative and inspirational efforts inspiring the community.
Got it.
So I'm going to ask Nicole to say a few words, and you're also going to tell us about this new exciting thing called Generation A.
Wow. As a speech and language pathologist, I'm rarely speechless. First of all, thank you, Howie. You touch my heart all the time. And thank you for creating this beautiful playground for us all to come and collaborate, and for finding all these beautiful people who have a very similar mission and are passionate. Lately, you amplify that all the time. And Sarush, I'm so glad I met you and that we got to start that collaboration. I'm just beyond grateful. Alicia Pasquet, if I can just say, was one of my very first mentors, and I would still say is a mentor. And she would give you the shirt off her back. There's never been a time where I couldn't call her and she wouldn't help me out with something, or if she was busy, because she was always doing a million things, she would always create the time and space. So, and she's an out-of-the-box thinker. So when we think of all the connections we make, she would be that person to encourage us, right? To keep thinking and keep asking questions and why, and just growing what you do as professionals, and then in turn impacting your patients. So I love this woman probably with all my heart. So I would like to just say that back to Lecha. Thank you so much. Am I done on that?
Well,
we're going to unveil Generation A with a video.
I'm going to turn the mic over to.
Stay on the stage, though. Stay on the stage. And we're going to be ending a little bit earlier, but I'd love to ask anybody who's been on an Airway collab call, a liaison, grab a shirt and come up on the stage, because this will be a great segue into introducing an initiative that Nicole is spearheading, and we're honored at Breathe Institute, AAPMD, Minds in Motion, to help champion. I know how he introduced it. It's called Generation A, and I think it'll feed beautifully with the goals that Endeavor has as well. Okay, so with that, Lenore, all of you, please, Sandra Luz, come on up. If you've signed up to be a liaison, which is a volunteer helping build interdisciplinary groups in your community, get the word out about airway health. Sarah, that includes you. Come on down, come on the stage. We'd like to get a group picture, and then we're gonna introduce and close with a quick announcement about a new chapter and a new arm that we're really excited about. Chad, you're a liaison too, Chad. Grab a shirt, come on up. Renata, you've been on those calls, come on up. Yes. Grab me a medium too.
Nicole and Howie.
Yes.
I have. I've been wearing my shirt.
So again, for those of you who are interested, and I know I met a lot of folks who said, I want to build my community, I want to meet doctors for the therapists, this is the perfect opportunity, because that's what we're doing. We're taking our combined networks and we're introducing all of you and trying to create the space to just continue to spread the word long after these conferences and in between. Right, so come on up. And again, there's about 50 active members who are on all the calls over. Patty, where are you? Where's it? Yeah, come on up on the stage. Patty Gindoff, for those of you who don't know Patty, I just want to give her a huge round of applause and thank you. And Howie always jokes that between Patty and I, the sun doesn't set at AAPMD because she gets up early to go jogging while Chad and I are going to sleep at like odd hours a night. So Patty, huge round of applause to you.
Did somebody get Sarush a shirt?
Or we could just collaborate.
Oh, yeah.
And next year, everybody, the room will be filled with shirts.
And we're right behind the podium, of course. Were we taking the photo? Yeah, come on.
What do they say in Jaws? I think we need a bigger podium. I think we need a bigger podium.
Kristen, come on up. What are you doing? Here we go. Where are we doing the photo? Where are we looking? Back there? Over there, by the camera. We see. Liaisons. Woo.
So let's give ourselves a great round of applause. And next year we'll
Connect with all of these people on the stage, because they're all we have liaisons from all over the world, India, UK. We're very fortunate to have a lot of our ambassadors and affiliates lead the chapters. So if any of you want to get more involved, please let me or Patty know before the day is up, and we'll make sure to include you on all of the emails and the information for our meetings, which usually happen every other month or so. Okay, so thank you. A huge round of applause to all these amazing selfless volunteers. And with that, I actually want to take a quick second to segue to Nicole introducing Generation A, because as amazing as all of you are in terms of volunteering your time and spreading the word to the community, Lauren, you mentioned it. What we need is the parents and the kids to drive this message as well, not just all of you as providers and community leaders. So with that, I'm going to hand the mic back to Nicole. We have a quick little video to introduce you all to a concept, an idea that we hope will really fuel what we're trying to do in terms of spreading the word and getting this information out to the masses. So when Dr. Z was talking about Nicole, the one thing, if you remember on his slides, and he talked about doing things with compassion, this woman is all about compassion and connection. And with that, I just want to give her a huge thank you for, I know you don't have time to do extra stuff, but this idea has been amazing. It's been an honor to work with you on this. And I think every single one of us, I was talking to Loria and Lauren yesterday, and Loria's like, my daughter would totally be part of this group. So we're going to plant the seed today. And again, just like we said, it's very much in its infancy stages, but hopefully with all of you, we can take this to the next level. So Nicole?
Thank you, Laylee, for, and Howie for being on all these calls, and Chad for everything you've done. And Chad, thank you for this amazing, incredible video that's coming up that you guys are going to see in a moment. And Lauren, that baby shower idea thing is a nice idea. So we'll have to talk about how to do those things. So if we can just think for a minute, and thank you all for being here at this event, which hopefully from the day we started on Thursday till now, you're feeling all the connections in the lectures you've been to and the people you've communicated with. And for me, when I was brought into this field and fortunate enough to be here, you know, you learn from so many people along the way, right? And we all are connected by our stories. And there's this thread that runs through everyone. And we can go back generations. We can go back to the Howie Hindens and the Joy Mollers. And now there will be the Sarush Zaghis and all of you whose shoulders we kind of stand on, right? And it's as a collective that we're greater than just one individual. So as a therapist working with pediatrics, I'm always compelled to, think about how do we change their mindsets? Right? We can't just go and do something on them. They need to understand why and hopefully take these tools and maybe new habits into their lives so that we really influence the next generation more than just straightening some teeth and maybe fixing this airway and making their speech sound better and more functional, right? And if we think of airway, I would challenge you to say, yes, it is definitely the foundation and we all have this shared focus, but if we take it one step further, it's way more than that. It's how you reach your pinnacle and how you reach your highest potential. So now I would challenge all of you to take airway and think of the doors you're going to open in these next generations of possibilities for them. And by including them in what we do, whether they're college students or elementary students, right? We're going to have more of an impact when we go out and provide services. And when we look at the doctors in this room, when we see Dr. Zaghi, they had to work really hard to get where they are to understand all this, because we can all relate to the fact that we mostly did not learn this in school. So now imagine the college student who goes out and he starts hearing, because of Generation A, that airway exists, right? Because most of us take it for granted and don't think about it. And now that college student will go into their programs and be asking why. Or what about this? I heard about this. Or I know of this study. And pretty soon it becomes much easier for us to connect our generations and to expand the work that everyone's trying to do. So that is kind of, in my nutshell, Generation A. And with the notion that we all come from a critically, if we're creating a space, it's a space where we can hold critical thinking, different opinions, compassion for each other, right? And just move forward. So without further ado, again, this wonderful video that's really, we have to thank Chad, or I do, because it's just incredible. And again, Laylee and Chad, thank you for all your excitement over this. Howie, thank you for always allowing us to think outside the box when we come with our crazy ideas and getting excited. And thank you to all of you, and we really invite you and hope that you will be a part of this.
Generation all.
Yeah, all right.
The people who can change the world and medicine for the better are the ones who take it upon themselves to do it. Anyone willing and willful to make our tomorrows more awesome than our yesterdays belongs in Generation A. Every day we learn something new, not just in medicine, in life, right? So it would make sense that each generation knows more than the next and passes it on. It's almost like, think of a railroad track. You just keep adding and you keep going farther and farther down the road. This is what I think. The generations, they shouldn't be just classified as age groups. I don't believe that. I believe that we should all be part of a new generation, one that is classified by the willingness to change the future and to change how we are living right now. There is always something to learn, right?
First and foremost, I want to say how important it is to learn how to learn, to become our own research gurus, to where when we want to know something, we are able to go out and figure it out on our own.
To me, Generation A is amazing. Generation A stands for something greater than itself and seeks to bring together multiple generations to promote overall wellness and well-being, as well as airway health and overall health. As a college student, it's often hard to promote overall health on campus as many unhealthy habits take place. And I have an erratic sleep schedule, I study a lot, and I don't have a lot of free time, which does not help promote my overall well-being. As I get older, I recognize that that may not change, and I think Generation A will provide the tools for college students like myself to promote their overall well-being and health, especially through the aspect of airway health.
Now, the reasons why you want a good airway is so there are no nightmares, and you're also kinder to other people.
When you're breathing better?
Yeah, when you're breathing better, because your frontal lobe is more in control than your downstairs brain, and you can control those rapid emotions. The downstairs brain takes over, and you can get really upset when it's a really small problem. I have that, where I have to just learn to breathe in through my nose, out through my nose. I'm kind of a mouthful, but that's what Generation A means to me.
The most recent generation is often referred to as Generation Z, which seems to imply it's less important. Because Z is the last letter of the alphabet, it doesn't seem as essential as those which came before. But this generation is essential. It's the next generation of doctors, influencers, thinkers. It takes the whole alphabet to share knowledge and to grow understandings. So let's work together. Remember that at the end of the day, we are all a part of Generation A.
Being able to listen will always make you a better teacher, a better student, and a better leader.
I am grateful for the work you all do because it will help me live and breathe better. And I plan to pay that gift forward in my own way.
What I want to be when I grow up is an astro engineer, and I'm also going to want to study this stuff.
Yeah.
And see what would happen to the effects of it in space. Like that. Anyway, I've got to go. Bye.
So, wait, Nicole said to me, I'm open to crazy ideas. Does anybody think this is a crazy idea? Let's give her, stand up and give her a round of applause.
I want to share a comment too. So all of those patients, all those cases you guys shared, you don't know how you touch their lives. You don't know how many of their friends they go and talk to about this. That was a little 8-year-old talking about how you need air for space and his upstairs brain, downstairs brain, right? That's an 8-year-old able to articulate that. Sometimes it's okay for you all to just plant the seed and know that it's going to go and trickle into the community. And that's what we hope to invite and welcome here with Generation A. And we hope all of your kids, all of your patients who are interested and passionate about spreading the word will get involved. So next year, hopefully, we'll have them here on stage sharing the message and getting the word out. So thank you, Nicole, for having the vision and for welcoming us to support you in it.
All right, so next Saturday is October 2nd, which is Global Airway Health Day. And it's a 12-hour breathathon. Some of you already volunteered and are going to be part of it. Last year, we reached 1.2 million people in 26 countries around the world. And it's going to grow, and it's going to be great. And you can get your free tickets and encourage your friends, family, patients to join us. Go to the airwayhealth.org website, get your free tickets. We want people to sign up for their free tickets because then we have their names and email addresses and we can connect with them. And our closing message is how all of you and all the people you know can participate in our research project. Would you do the honors?
The O2 campaign for the foundation to be able to help fund and spearhead even more exciting projects like what you all are bringing to the table. So that's the beautiful support we're hoping to get from the Foundation for Airway Health to take ideas you all have and be able to take and allocate a part of their pledges and proceeds to research, to providing care for patients in need who don't have the means. So you'll see more and more coming from the foundation. And if you all could pledge your support either by giving your time, whether you want to be a research data collection site, you want to be a liaison, you can pledge and support with your time, or for those of you who really want to see a project take off and be able to fund some studies, you can talk to or support the research through the O2 campaign as well. Thank you.
So everybody has something to give. Airway is for everybody. The reason I've been successful is because I'm not afraid to ask, and people are afraid to say no to me, actually, probably. But if you have patients who have been successful, everybody has patients who want to give something back. People love to give things back. Sometimes they don't know it until they do it and they feel good about it. Identify people in your practice or people you know, people who have family trusts, who give us something, because in nonprofits, if you give a donation 3 years in a row, then we have you, right?
3 consecutive years. And with the O2 campaign, we're starting the lowest pledge at $2, so everybody can give $2. And USC had a capital campaign that went gangbusters. The athletic department you see from USC, this was a nonprofit campaign where they asked all their alumni for $25 only. And that gift took them to a completely different level. So if everybody here could just give back $2 and make that an annual giving trend, what we could do is fund all the great ideas, Dr. Zaghi, that you and all of you bring to the table, be able to give back to patients in need. And we've had a lot of providers support and pledge gifts of kind, so giving out treatments complimentary to those in their community. So there'll be a lot more to come from the foundation on this, and we hope all of you can give back in one way or another.
Right, and so we were talking, Renata was talking, Savannah, her group of myofunctional therapists are donating how many hours a month? 50 hours a month of free treatment screenings. So everybody has something to give. Don't be afraid to ask, because we have no limit to our crazy ideas, and we're going to change the world. Money is what drives the bus, so let's work on that.
Thank you all for, and one quick closing comment. Dr. Zaghi, can you come back for 1 second? Dr. Hinden was asking Dr. Zaghi, he's like, next year this should be a keynote and everybody should hear. And Dr. Zaghi shared something that really is a compliment, a closing compliment that really honors all of you. So I'd like to close with this sentiment.
And I just want, he may be the best teacher of airway that I've ever heard. Let's give him a great round of applause.
Amazing. And research. I love it. Amazing, amazing. I just want to thank all of you guys for giving me that fire to put this all together. When I do my presentations, I really look to the audience and the community in terms of what it is that you guys need and how I can be of service to all of you. And really, the audience that I have is really, really important to me when I'm preparing these lectures, okay? And so when I see how much engagement there is and how much enthusiasm and how much desire, that's what I need to kind of push this off. So we specifically wanted the Breathe Out Look to be separate. Everyone who's here delayed their flight, took an extra day. You really made an effort to be part of this group, and that's where I wanted to donate my time in terms of putting together this material and being here for you guys to kind of push you guys forward. So I really want to thank you all for going out of your way, spending all day here with us, for being part of this mission, and for being the engine and the fire that's going to take us to the next level and the next phase. So thank you. Thank you to both of you guys.
Thank you all. Everybody have a safe trip home. And as soon as you get the announcement of next year, September 15th, 18th, Phoenix, Arizona, not only you'll all come and bring all your friends, and it will be amazing, safer, healthier, and bigger and better year. Thank you all.